includes
Nesse vídeo, você vai aprender.
Hello team, welcome to the DevOps training, and today we are going to start a new section which is about Git. In this particular section, I will completely involve you in Git and GitHub related tutorials. So I will make sure during this particular Git and GitHub training, I will make sure that you guys get the proper documentation, you guys get the proper help, you guys get the proper understanding of the Git and GitHub. After then, we will move to the basic concepts of the Git, right? And we will see what is the core of the Git, why the Git required, and what is the help what we get from the Git, okay, and why Git is so important. Then we will come to the Git main commands. We will learn some main commands about the Git. We will see how we can merge, how we can rebase, how we can reset the head, and there is a lot of things, right, which we are going to discuss. Then we will see and we will compare the differences between the Git commands, because on the top, the most of the Git commands, they look similar, okay, they are doing the same thing, but we dive deep into these commands and we'll see what is the basic difference between these commands, right? After then, we will come to the branching and merging in the Git. Then I will show you and I will explain the complete concept of the central repository, which is called GitHub. Guys, it's a promise that after this particular section, after these, I will divide the Git training in 2 to 3 sections, and after these sections, you will be pro in the Git. And definitely, I will provide some bonus material so that you guys can get the help in the Git, and you guys can get the resources where you can basically refer more advanced tutorials on the Git. So, thank you. Particular section, I'm going to talk about the audience of this particular section and the study tips. So, before starting this section, I'm assuming the audience of this particular course or audience of this particular section have the basic skills of the computer, right? And my next assumption is about your rights and your system. I assume that every audience of this particular course have the actual right to install the software in their machine. If you guys are using your working laptop, your working desktop, then definitely you need to contact with your IT team, okay? And if you are using your personal PC, then definitely you must have your admin rights to install all the softwares and the softwares which is required during this course, because we are going to install few softwares during this course, right? I'm assuming the audience of this particular course have the source code control, right? They either they are the freelancer, they are the software developer, they are the web developer, okay? They need the source control, right? Actually, they need the source control, right? And I'm assuming the audience of this particular course is basically interesting in the Git, right? And after this, follow along. Basically, guys, during this course, you guys need to pause the video when needed and do practice what you are learning here, right? That is the best way to learn any course, right? If you will learn the course like a movie, like a video, then definitely you will not get anything from here, right? So when needed, pause the video and do practice what you are learning out here. In the course, I will post the supplement materials as well, where I will post the presentations, where I will post the latest articles, the source code, and many more things, right? Now, this is the important one. Guys, please check the course very frequently, because as soon as the technology got update or as soon as something new come in the Git, I will update the lectures and I will keep going adding more sections and adding more lectures in this particular course. Whenever I will add the lectures, then I will send a notification, a email notification to all of the audience, so that you guys can notify and you can visit the course again if you are missing something. Basic terminology of Git. So, as we have already discussed, Git keeps everything inside the repository on user's local machine. And these repositories basically contains the files, which could be your source file, which could be your images, which could be your resources, right? The history of your commits, the configuration which is managed by the Git, right? So in local repository, where we have the copy from the remote repository, like all the repository have these files, okay? The files, the history, and the configuration managed by the Git, right? So we can understand it with this particular example. Suppose on the left side we have our working repository, where we have the final version of my code, right? But in your local, if you will initialize the Git and you have the Git repository, then you will find out repository with .git extension, right? You will find a hidden repository inside your Git, which is .git repository, like, and that .git repository will contain all the versions of your file. That particular .git repository have the complete history of your commits and your versions you have done during the git, okay, or sorry, you have done using the git, right? So this is basically the working model of the git. Don't worry if you are not able to relate the things right now. Please stay with me. Whenever we will see the practical use of the git, then definitely we will be able to relate these things. But this is required to explain these things earlier, because this will provide you a complete picture of the Git, that how Git will work and what we are going to learn in the Git. Now, there are three stages of the Git. The first stage is called the working directory. Working directory is the directory where the developer, where the automation testers and anyone is basically writing the code or putting anything which they want to commit using the Git, right? Either you have the source file, either you have the resources, all the things what you are planning to commit using the git, you kept in your working directory, right? Then the second area which comes in the picture is called the staging area. Staging area is the area where you have committed your git changes, but you still not pushed your git changes over the remote repository or over the server. So basically there are three stages in the git. First, you have your working directory where you are putting your source file, right? Then you will commit your changes. Okay, suppose this is the Wednesday, okay, this is the Wednesday morning, and you will start working on something, okay, but before leaving the office in the evening you want to commit your changes, because you have fear, okay, if something is going bad then definitely I will lose my whole day work. So before leaving the office I would like to check in my code, I would like to commit my code, right? I would like to commit my source file, right? So that area where the code is committed, where the source file are committed but they still not pushed on the server, this area is called the staging area. Okay, this is pre-commit holding area, right? Now when you commit the code to the git repository, that's called basically the final version, okay, which is basically available on the git, right? Now the third and sorry, the fourth thing is master repository, right? Sorry, the remote repository. Remote repository is something, guys, where on the server, which is the server where you are basically committing your code, right? Which is generally use the github. Then the concept of the master branch. So master branch is a branch. Basically what is branch, we need to understand this thing, okay? So let's try this example. Here you are committing your code by the time, right? So branch is a stream where you are committing your changes timely, right? Branch is a stream where you are committing your changes. In the git you can have multiple branch, but by default when you will initialize the git, it will initialize your git repository with the master branch. So stay tuned. In the coming tutorials we will dive deep into the gits
requirement. Okay, so let's move to the very first thing. So first thing we are going to see, and we are going to discuss the need of version control system. So guys, in last tutorials we have already discussed what is version control systems. So basically version control systems are the systems which will uh, uh, define a particular version of your files, of your test codes, of your images, of anything, of your data. We can say if you have some data and information and you are adding something in continuously in that particular information or data, then definitely you can divide that particular thing inside the versions. So let's see what is the problem. So suppose here in this computer machine, you are sitting on your computer and you're designing some kind of documents. Okay, and after your completion, you have completed your final document. Okay, and after your final document, you are going to your boss to review it. Okay, then on the basis of the review comment, you have modified some information inside the document and created another document, name it final underscore rev.2doc. Then again come to your boss, he will provide some review comments, and again you are creating a document and name is become final underscore rev8 comment something and something this. Okay, again you provide your boss, put some comments over there, edit some additional information over there, and finally you end up like this. Finally reb something something and something and something and something dot dot. So definitely at this stage you will hook your head with your computer. Okay, so to avoid these kind of situations we use version control system. Okay, so we clearly define the versions of our document or of information or the data which we have regarding some kind of work. So let's see how version control system works and make the software developer and the software engineer's life easy. So now next what we are going to see, we will see what we will get from the version control systems. Okay, so some of the major benefits of using version control systems or version control file systems are like save you from creating multiple backups of your files. Okay, in the previous picture we have already seen we have created a document, then come to my boss, he has provided some kind of review comments, then I come to my desk, edit that particular document, then again come to my boss, then he will provide some other documents, sorry, review comments, then again come to my desk. Either there could be two ways. Either you will create backup of every single of uh, document in your desktop. Okay, this is the final, this final 1, final 2, final 3, final 4 and final 5. Either you can amend the main file again and again and again, and obviously if you are doing this, then at end you will get you will not get some meaningful information because you have done a lot of amendment, and if you want to find out something which you have done earlier, then definitely it will be a problem for you. So using the version control systems, if we will use the version control system, then it saves us to creating multiple backups of my files. Okay, same on the similar way, version control systems allows multiple people to work on the same file. Okay, in that way if you have a member of 15 members team, then definitely and 14 of them are working on the final documentation of your project, then in sync you all guys can work on a single document. Okay, you all guys can work on a same file if you are using the version control system. Okay, version control system tracks the changes and also who have made those changes. Suppose I have code file in my project and I have written some kind of business logic over there and pushed it on the Go server. Then tomorrow some of my friends pushed some another business logic, okay, and committed the code. And definitely after this code, the the complete system got crashed. Okay, or we are getting some serious bugs inside the systems. So using this way, we can track the changes as well. Okay, what changes you have done and what your friends have done or what your colleague have done. Okay, and the name of the people or the ID of the people associated with the account who has made the changes and pushed on the server on the version control systems. Okay, so this is the another way how version control systems help us in our day-to-day software engineering life. Okay, now easy to switch back older versions as when required. We have already discussed this thing in the Facebook example in which we was we was discussing the dark launching technique. Okay, if we are releasing the product inside the market and the current project current build which is working in the market is 1.0.1, okay, and we have done and pushed some new features and removed some older bugs and pushed the new release in the market which is 1.0.2, but after the new release I am getting some serious bugs inside my system. Okay, in that case I can easily switch over to the older version which was stable. I can completely remove the newer version from the market and switch my user base to the older version without informing them, okay, I'm doing this. Okay, and obviously if I'm getting these much of benefits from the version control system, then this will improve my productivity. Okay, this will improve my productivity. I will more focus, I will be more scalable, and you can say you will do a more research about the things how you can perform your task. Although in the management of the files or the management of the source code, the time which you have invested inside your source code management and file management, you will definitely get that time and put that particular time inside to improve your productivity and code wisely. Okay, so these are the benefits guys which we are doing which we are getting from the version control systems. We are using version control system in our software engineering. Now we will see about the Git. Basically Git is a version control system. Okay, so version control is the management of the changes of the document. You can see we have already discussed about it. Okay, and something the computer programs, large websites, and the collection of the information. Obviously we can version anything what we have. So simply in simple words, we can version the information, we can version the data. That's it. Now version control system again divide in two categories. The first one is the centralized version control system and the second one is the distributed version control system. So guys, let me clear. Git is a distributed version control system which have their own benefits, and currently I'm using Git since last 6 to 7 years, and definitely I'm fall in love with Git because it's so easy and it's so useful. Okay, I use some other version control systems as well, but definitely Git is best. So that we are going to see and we are going to discuss what are the centralized version control systems and what are the distributed version control systems. So let's move to the centralized version control system. So guys, in this particular picture, you can see here we have a central repository which we call server. Okay, this is the central repository, and here we have, like, this is me, this is you, and this is our third colleague. Okay, so I'm working from my computer from my workplace, you're working from your computer from your workplace, and my friend is working from, and your colleague is working from their from his computer or her computer from their workplace. Now, in this particular system, you can see the centralized version control system uses a central server to store all the files. So it means all the files which we need to implement, which we need to configure, will be placed over here. Okay, all the files which we have, the all data, there could be source file, there could be resources, there could be photos, applications, code, anything which is required or which is on the basis of the file, which files your project is completely dependent, all files will be lie in this particular centralized server. Okay, it works on a single repository which users can directly access a central service. So here we have a central repository. I am already accessing it, you are accessing it, and the third person is accessing the same repository. Okay, central server could be local or remote machine. Okay, directly connect to each of the programmer's workstation. It means this particular machine could be a server, okay, which will is situated in US, in UK, in India, in Japan, in Europe somewhere. Okay, in other words, it can be or it could be the simple machine, the simple programmer machine. Okay, and we can connect it remotely. Okay, now the problem with this particular system. So in the first glance, it seems fine, it seems perfect. Okay, this is the central repository, this is me, I'm doing my work. Okay, I will commit my changes and get the updated code. This is you will commit your changes and get the updated code. This is some third person, he will commit his change and get the updated code. But there is the issue. So let's discuss the issue and the drawbacks of the centralized version systems. So centralized repository is not a locally available. It means to access this particular central repository server, we need the connectivity, we need the internet. Okay, we need this particular server should be up all the time. Okay, so if there is a connection breakdown, okay, if there is a no connection, like your internet is down or this particular server is down, then in that case, none of the people in my company would be able to access this centralized repository system. It means if I'm working a company of 500 people and 500 particular peoples are using the same centralized repository, and for their for their in their company, obviously these are very obvious things, the network outage and other things as well. Okay, and in that particular company, suppose there is 6 hours network outage. Okay, my IT team is implementing some kind of firewall, they are implementing some kind of security patches, and there is a 6 hours of network outage. In that case, all the 500 people who is working on that particular project and have their centralized repository will do not will can't do anything in that particular 6 hours. They can't access the centralized repository, they can't put anything on that centralized repository. So it means all 500 resource would be ideal or would be idle for 6 hours, and that will be a very huge cost for any company. Okay guys, now since everything is centralized, okay, we have everything on the centralized server. In case of any central server getting crashed or corrupted, which result in losing the entire data of the project. It means if we have everything over here, and in some circumstances, the hard disk of this particular server or the CPU of this particular server got crashed. Okay, it has been destroyed. Okay, or it's you can see formatted by itself. Then it means the work what me and my people have done so far is being ruined. There's no work available on the centralized repository what we have done so far. In that case, in that particular case, we will lose everything what we have done, everything from a company have done so far will be lost. Okay, So these are the major drawbacks of the centralized version control system, and definitely this is a very serious drawback of the particular centralized version control systems. Now let's see what is the solution of this. The solution of this problem is the distributed version control system. So distributed version control system, here we have some server or repository, okay, on which the pull and push command will work. Pull and push means pull the latest code and push your changes. Pull the latest code, push your changes. Pull the latest code, push your changes. And here is something which is called your local repository. Okay, every developer or every people who is working on a particular server and using who are working on a particular project and using distributed version control system for versioning of their product, then they have their local repository as well. Apart from the centralized repository, they have their local repository as well. Okay, so here is the working copy of my code. I will commit my change, get the update. I will commit my you will commit your change, get the update. The third person will commit the change, get the update. So here's the central repository or the local repository for me. This is the local repository for you. This is the local repository for the third one. Okay, and these local repositories will be synced with this particular centralized server. Will be this particular central repository. Now let's see how it works. So we have seen this is the picture. You can see this is a pretty there's a one more layer being inserted over here between me and centralized repository. There is one thing, one more layer, which is called local repository in the distributed version control system. Okay, so in distributed VCS, every contributor has a local repository or clone of the main repository. So this repository is basically clone of this repository is basically clone of this is basically clone of this. Okay, developer can update their local repository from the new data, okay, from the central server by the operation called pull. Using the pull operation, using this particular pull, you can get the updates from the server which have been pushed by other members of the team. Okay, so to sync your repository with the central repository, you just need to pull the changes inside your local repository. Okay, let me show you. I have a source tree installed inside my machine. So although please don't mind if you're getting some information of particular project, any particular project. Okay, so suppose I have some project automation framework. Okay, so if okay, I have some project a smoke test. Just let me open it. So you can see here on the pull, this is the GUI of source tree. Okay, we will discuss it about later. So here is a pull, and on the pull I'm getting some count, which is 43. It means on the server, my local repository of smoke test is not in sync with the local with the centralized repository of the smoke test. On the centralized repository, I have 43 updates, which is not still present inside my local repository. So in using this way, you will get the pull request. It means I need to get this particular smoke test in sync with the centralized repository. I need to pull all these changes. I need to pull all these changes from the server. Okay, guys. Let me close it. So using the pull command, I can get the replica, or I can get the changes which are present on the server and missing on my machine. Okay, so that I can sync my local repository with the central repository. Okay, affect changes to the main repository by the operation called push. If I have some changes, okay, I'm a developer, you are a developer, and we are working on a project. So I have done and written down some code today, and now I will push the changes on my local repository. Okay, but this code is not still finalized, so I'm not going to commit it. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm not going to push it on the centralized repository today. Tomorrow I will come again and test my code what I have in my local repository. If after the complete testing I can push my changes on the centralized server, it means I can, if I'm adding something in my repository, so I can add that particular thing to the centralized repository as well. Okay, so there's two most important operation, pull and push. For the internet connection or for the network connectivity, this is the layer. This is the layer where we are doing push and pull. This is the layer where we need the internet connectivity. Okay, the problem with the centralized repository system, if there is any network outage, then the all people would be idle because they would not be able to do anything. This particular problem is resolved here. This is the third layer. This is the second layer being inserted over here. So if this particular connectivity is not present, I'm not able to pull and push the changes. Then I have the replica of the centralized repository inside my in my local machine, so I can use that. I can commit my changes and use my changes. When the connectivity will be restored, I can completely push my changes on the server and get the complete pull requests. So guys, distributed version system means I have distributed the server repository between the developers or between the users. This is again a replica of this. This is the replica of this. This is the replica of this. This is also sorting out our second problem. In any case, this particular server is being crashed. Don't worry, if it's crashed, that's fine. I have the replica of that particular repository in every computer or in every user's computer. Okay, each user of this particular repository is containing the replica of this particular repository, so they can push their changes and make a new centralized server, right? Advantage of the distributed VCS: all operations are very fast because tools need to access the hard drive only. That's the thing. This is my local repository, so the operation, all operation which I want to perform will be very fast. Okay, committing new changes set can be done locally without manipulating the data on the main repository. Definitely, if I am committing something, then it is being changed inside my local repository, which will be in sync with the centralized repository later. But right now I am doing something, or I'm committing something inside my local repository. If I'm getting some issue, then I can resolve it. But in this case of centralized version system, this is not possible. Okay, if the centralized server get crashed at any point of time, okay, lost data can be easily recovered from any of the computer, any of the contributors local repository, like this. If this will crash, okay, I will recover this from here, I will recover this from here or from here. That's not a big deal. Okay, now guys, the last thing is, what is Git? So initially, Git is being developed by the Linus Torvald. This is the guy who developed the Linux as well. Okay, so Git is being developed by the Linus Torvald. Okay, so this is the genius, and I'm a fan of this guy. Okay, and Git is a distributed version control system. We have seen two kind of version control system. The first one was the centralized version control system, and second one was the distributed version control system. So Git is the second type. Git is a centralized version control system, and the design philosophy is Git. First is a free and open source. It means Git is an open source tool which is available free on the internet, so you can directly download it and use it. There is no license required to use Git. Third is it's blazingly fast. We have already seen in the distributed version control system, the copy of the replica of a centralized repository lie inside the local repository of a contributor. So definitely it will be fast than the centralized repository. Okay. And third one is distributed. We have already seen Git is a distributed. What is the mean of distributed? In the distributed version control system, the copy of the centralized repository will be distributed between the employee or between the contributors. Okay. And the data assurance. Data assurance, I mean to say the data integrity. Okay. Data integrity means your local repository will be synced with the centralized repository. We have already seen I didn't get the pull request since 2 or 3 days, so I'm getting all the changes over here over here. Okay, and my tool is notifying me, okay, you have 43 updates required to do. You have 43 pull to you have 43 changes to pull from the centralized repository. Okay, so Git can ensure the data integrity, the data assurance.
We will see how we can install the Git on Linux machine, right? So before going to installation process, let's discuss on which OS the Git installation is available, or on which OS you can install the Git. So guys, there is no limitation. Git is available for all OS. Okay, the Git is available for the Linux, Git is available for the Windows and for the Mac as well. Okay, to install the Git, you just need to follow this particular link what I mentioned over here, right? I will mention the same link in the resource section of this particular lecture so that you guys can get it. So here it is a very informative article about the Git, and it is showing the exact step to install the Git on Windows, Mac and Linux, right? We will also discuss, and I will cover the installation of the Git on Mac and Windows in the coming lectures. So let's see how we can install the Git on Linux first, right? So here is the Linux system. So it is saying determine which Linux distribution your system is based on. Okay, list of Linux distribution is this. Most Linux systems including Ubuntu and Debian based, right? I'm using the Mint version, which is Ubuntu 14.0.4. Okay, If you want, then you can also find out your OS version, right? Now it is saying open the terminal and copy paste the following into terminal window and hit return, right? So we will open our terminal, right, and copy paste this command. So it is saying sudo apt get update, right? We will copy and paste this command over here. It is asking for the password, okay? So I need to provide my password. This will be one-time activity, and see, it is downloading something, right? So let's wait until it will download the required packages. So you can see the downloading is done. Now we need to execute the next command, which is upgrade. So copy it and paste it over here and execute the command. Okay, it will ask you for the confirmation. Type Y, press enter key, and it is upgrading something. Okay, so let's wait until it will complete the complete upgrade process, and we will see after that how we can install the Git. So guys, you can see the upgrade is also done. So let me explain you the use of both of these command we just executed. So first we executed sudo apt get update. So basically this command is used to update the packages, right? And sudo apt get upgrade is basically install the upgraded packages which is basically available in the system, right? Now we are going to install Git. Guys, these above two steps are basically recommended from the Linux community before upgrade any or before install any software in your machine, right? So we are not just doing it uh, for just a fancy way, right? So now we will install the Git, and it will ask you my administration password, right? And it is done. So how can I verify the Git is basically installed in my machine or not? So you need to perform git version. See, it is saying git 2.7.4 is basically installed in my machine, right? So command what you need to execute the git version, and it will display you your git version, which git version is basically installed in your machine. So guys, this is the way how basically you can execute the how you can install the git in your machine.
How we can download and install the Git. So in last tutorial we have seen what are the version control system, what is the use of version control system, what are the differences between the centralized version control system and distributed version control system, and we have get some information, a bit information about the Git as well. Today we are going to discuss and we are going to get the information like how can we download and install the Git on our machines. So simply to download and install the Git, basically Git is an executable file for Windows and Ubuntu as well. So first we need to go to the browser from where we can download it. So simply go to Google and type download Git. That's it. So Google will land you on this particular page, and here the very first page is like Git downloads Git SCM, and the URL is https gitscm.com/downloads. So I simply click it. Now it will land me on this particular page, okay, where I'm getting the link downloads, okay, and here are some logos are available. So this is for Linux and Unix, this is for Windows, sorry, this is for Mac OS, and this is for Windows. Okay guys, so actually I'm working on the Windows, so that I need Windows version, so I simply click on it. If you are working on Linux, if you are working on Mac OS, then definitely you need to choose between these, but I am working on the Windows, so I will click on it. As soon as I will click on it, I will get over here. This is the page, and you can see it has already verified my system version. It's a 64-bit OS, so the downloading of 64-bit file, you can see over here git 2.15.12.2-64-bit exe. It has been started the downloading of this particular file. I didn't click on this one like this. If it is not working for you, then definitely you need to know about the version of your OS. It's if you are working on a 32-bit OS, then definitely you need to click on this particular link. If you are working on a 64-bit OS, then definitely you need to click on this particular link. After the click, your downloading will start. So let's see what we are getting after download. So you can see it's an exe file. So on Windows, you will get a executable file for Git. Okay, to install the Git, you simply need to click it. Just double click it. Okay, it will ask you something, GUI journal and this and this and this. No worry. Click on next. Follow the instructions and click on next. Okay. Now here I'm getting some default values, like use the nano editor by default, use Vim, the ubiquitous text editor. So I'm not going to touch anything. I just follow the instruction what are by default selected inside the Git. So I'll click on next. Now it is asking me use Git from the Windows command prompt. No, I will select the first one. I will use the Git from the Git bash only. Okay, I'm not going to use the Git from the Windows command prompt. Then I will click on next. Okay, yes, I will use the OpenSSH. Okay, click on next. Click on next. So here I'm getting some use mint the default terminal. Okay, or the window console. Okay, that's fine. And click on install. That's it. So it will start the installation process. So first it will extract the files, and you can see the Git is being installed inside the C program files Git. Okay, that's it. Actually the Git is already installed in my machine, so I am reinstalling the Git. Earlier version what I'm using is 2.0.9. Right now I'm updating my Git version, it is 2.15.1. So let's see what we will get. Earlier when I reinstalled the Jenkins or Java in my machine, then definitely I got some problems. So let's see what we get this time. So it's just click on finish. So it will, on the finish, it will, if you are connected with the internet, obviously you are connected with the internet because you are watching this video, then you will it will land you on this particular page. So here some information and some data is being displayed about the Git and Git repositories. So we are not going to go through this particular document. We simply close it. Okay, now we know the Git is being installed, so we will open the drive where the Git is being installed. So as per my configuration, the Git should be installed in the program files. So I will open my program files, and here I will find a directory like Git. That is here. I simply click it. This directory is 491 MB in size. It may be different for you because I'm working on Git since last long. I'm working on Git since I think on this machine. I bought this machine 1.5 years back. So since that I'm using the Git inside my machine. So maybe this file size may different for you. But now question comes in, how you will verify the Git is being installed inside your machine or not. So simply I will open the command prompt and I will fire the command git -version. That's it. Press enter. Okay, and I'm getting something like Git is not recognized as an internal external command. So let me see, because I have rewrite the earlier version, so maybe I need to update some paths in my system. So I will do this and I will let you know what are the what changes I will have done to configure the Git with the console. Okay, I got the issue. Actually, we are getting this issue because you remember during the installation we select the option use Git from the Git bash only. So if you will select the option during your installation, if you will select the option use command prompt for the Git operation, then definitely you will be able to call the Git from this particular location. But if you have not selected that particular option like us and like me, and I have selected the option use Git from the Git bash only, so that I need to go to my computer search and type git bash. So I will get the link like this, the Git bash. I need to click it. So you can see it is being clicked and it is saying Anshul Chauhan IN something over here and min GW64. Now here I will put like git -version. See, I am getting the Git version. It is printing Git version 2.15.1 Windows.2. So this is the Git which is being installed inside my machine. So how simple it is. It's very simple to install, to download and install the Git on a Windows machine. So if you are a Mac user or if you are a Linux user, then definitely you can type like install Git on Linux, and you will get the download for Linux and install Git. Installing the Git on Linux. Okay, here is the official document from the Git website. Just give me a minute, guys. Yeah, here's the official document from the GitHub. You can see it's a GitHub just. So here we will get the official document installing Git the easy way for the Windows, Mac, and Linux. So in the case of the Linux, if you are using Debian-based Linux system, then definitely you need to open your terminal and execute these commands. Okay, sudo apt get update, sudo apt get upgrade, and then install Git. That's it. Okay, if you are using Reddit based system, then definitely you need to use these commands. Okay, but if you are a Mac user, then this is the document which is for you. Okay guys, so you can go through this particular document, installing Git on Mac and all this document, and definitely will get the help how you can install the Git on your Mac machine. Okay, and for the Windows we have already seen how we can install. This is very simple. We need to go to the link. Okay, it is, we need to download and simply we need to execute that particular executable file. So guys, that's all how we can actually download and install the Git in our machine. Okay, and we have already seen how we can verify that actually the Git is being installed inside our machine or not. So that's it. We can configure the user in Git. So in earlier tutorials we have seen what is Git, and we have already seen how we can download and install the Git. And today in this particular session we are going to see how we can configure the user. Okay, so now the question comes in, why we need to configure the user. So first let's see how we can configure it, then I will answer the question why we need to configure the user. Okay, so to configure the user, if you are using if during the installation process, or if you have selected the option install Git from the command prompt, then you need to open the Git from the command prompt. Okay, otherwise you need to open the Git from the Git bash. Like I have installed my Git and select the default option use Git from the Git bash. So I will open the Git bash. Okay, so here is my Git bash, and here I need to put some command to configure the user. So like the first command is, every command in Git will start from the Git. The every command which you will fire on the Git will start from the keyword Git. Okay, so I will write git config. Git config means it will change the configuration file of Git. Okay, this means it will do some changes in the configuration file of the Git. Then I will put // global. Okay, and suppose I want to set my name, so I will send user.name and I will provide my name. So my name is Anshul Chauhan, so I will provide like this, Chauhan, Anshul. Okay, that's it, what I need to do. So configure my name with the Git of my machine. I need to run this command, git config -- global user.name and your name within the double quotes. Just press enter, it's done. In the same way, I need to configure my email as well. So I will change the command and I will put like this, git config -- global user.email, and I will pass my email over here. So like anshulc55@gmail.com. So I have already configured. Now if I will press the enter, so it means my email and my name is being configured inside the Git configuration file. Now let me check how I can verify that particular command is being executed successfully or not. So I will do like git -list. Okay, I think git config -list, right? So I have executed the command git config -list. It means it will show you the all properties which are being, it will show you the complete configuration properties inside your machine. So you can see here I'm getting something like, so user.name is equal to Chauhan, Anshul. See, and the email should be also be there. Yeah, here's my email, user.email equals to anshulc55@gmail.com. So guys, I have successfully configured two things. The first thing is my name and second thing is my email. Okay, there are some other things as well what are you getting. So if you want to change something inside your configuration file, then this is the best way to change that particular configuration file. Okay, you just need to put git config space hyphen hyphen global, then the property what you want to change, and specify the value whatever you want to change. Like before, I have changed my name and my email using these simple commands: git config hyphen hyphen global space username. So user.name is a property inside my configuration file, it is here. So I need to put the value like this inside the double quotes, and that particular value would be updated inside your git configuration file. So this is the way how you can change the configuration file of your git. Now question comes in, why do I need to provide my name and my user email over there? So in the practical word, in your project, if you are using it for your personal use, for personal practice, that's fine, that's not a case or that's not an issue. But if you're working in an organization and there are 15 people who are working on the same project, okay, so by default git is being installed inside your machine, so it may be possible the git is taking the machine id, your machine id. Okay, and I think in the corporate world every machine have some unique id, like some numeric id, or it could be your name or it could be anything. Okay, so by default that particular thing, that particular git may configure your machine id with the global properties, and it may be possible that it will not get anything. It will not get anything like no name or some random values in the name or some random values in the email. In that case, if you're working in a project and you have done some kind of code, you have basically pulled the code from the git. Now you want to push your changes or commit your changes. In that case, when you will commit your changes, then it will show the changes being committed from the random user, because in your git you have not configured anything. In your git you don't have any name, the name is something 242 or name is something 242251. So the commit will be show, and the git GUI that will show that commit is being done from the user 242251. So but in my system, in my organization, I don't know if any employee have the name like 241251. So that I need to change these properties after the installation if the particular properties are not being already configured with my git. So that's the use case of basically change the configuration like username and user email. That was the important point. And guys, I want to show you one more thing. Earlier you see here I was getting some error because I was firing the wrong command. In that way, if you will face this kind of problem anywhere in your life, then definitely you simply type git help. That's it. Okay, after your git help command, you will get this much of data. Okay, this much of data. So you can see here I have some commands: the clone, init, add, mb, reset, rm, and basic, and grep, log, show, status. There are a lot of commands. But and inside in front of the commit there is something: record changes to the repository. But this is not the enough information. This is not something what I was looking, and I want to look the complete information about any of these commands. Suppose I want to look like add command, or I want to look about the branch command or checkout command. So what can I do in that case? So for our example, suppose I want to look this particular command, add, ADD. Now if I want to look that particular command, then I need to type inside your git bash. You can need to type git help and that command what you want to look. That's it. If you will, when you will press the enter, okay, it's saying git. Okay, I put the wrong command, double git, it's a git. Okay, when I will press the enter, just wait, a new HTML page is being displayed in my browser. You can see inside your git bash only, inside git bash itself, I'm not getting anything. But when I fire the command, this page is being opened, and here I will get a complete information about the git add. Using this particular document you can do anything, or you will get all the information which is required to play around the add command. In the same way, suppose you can see here is git add 1, something is being opened. Now again go to my git bash, and suppose I want to see something rebase, I want to see some help about rebase. So I will type rebase. I will type git help rebase, and as well as I press the enter, you see a new browser window is being opened about the git rebase, and here I'm getting the complete manual about the rebase. See, so guys, this is the another way to learn about the Git. If you are not sure about the command, if you have any problem with the command, if you want to learn something about that command, then definitely this is the best way to learn about these commands. You need to find out using the GitHub. You will get the list of the commands what are available inside the Git, and using the Git help and specify the command, you will get a web browser page. If you are internet connected with your internet, and in that particular web page you will get all information which is sufficient for your knowledge for that particular procedure or particular command inside the Git. So guys, that's the way how we can configure the properties inside the Git. Sorry, how we can configure the user, and how we can configure the properties as well inside the Git, and how we can see how we can create our first project in Git. So guys, basically first we need to initialize the git bash, as we was working on the git bash. So here I have initialized my git bash over here. So basically git will use the Unix command prompt or Unix commands by itself on their bash. So we need to find out where my git is currently pointing out. So I need to type pwd, that's the command to recognize or to verify the current working directory. Okay, so currently I'm working in C users anshul.chauhan. So it is like this in my system. If I will go to C, then users, then anshul.chauhan. So currently my git is at this particular position. Okay guys, now I want to create a new project inside the git. Okay, so basically as we have already discussed, we are using git for the version control of our data of information. And definitely if we are getting, or if we are containing our data somewhere in a machine, then definitely that should be in some kind of directory, that should be named some kind of files. Okay, that could be like that. So I will go to my desktop. Okay, and here I will create a new directory, new folder. Say name is Peter. Okay, name is Peter. Okay, so you can see a directory with the name of Peter is being created over here. And if I will open this particular directory, so there is nothing. The particular directory is basically empty directory. So I don't have anything in this particular directory. The Peter is a blank directory for now. Okay guys, now for me it's a directory, but when I configure it with the git, then it will become a git project for the git, but still it will be a directory for me. Okay, because what is this? This is the archival. This is a kind of archival for me. This is a kind of you can say the folder in which I can contain a lot of files or a structured way the files. Okay, but for git it's a project, because git will contain this as a source directory or source project, and start working on this particular directory inside your machine. Okay, so let's see how we can do that. So we was working on the, you can see the git bash. So currently I am in pwd. Okay, so sorry, currently I'm in anshul.chauhan. So guys, if you want to move, let's see how we can move from the particular directory to some other directory. So this is the command pwd, how we can see where my git is currently pointing out. So if you want to see the particular data which is present inside the particular directory, like currently I'm under in anshul.chauhan, so I want to see what data is present inside this directory. So I need to put a simple command ls, that's it. When I press the enter, so you can see in this particular directory these are the folders and these are the files. Okay, so you can see Android SDK, Android Studio projects, app data. There are a lot of things available over here. Okay, but inside the same I have something which is called desktop. See over here. Okay, now let's see how you can move from one directory to another directory inside the Windows, and same inside the Unix as well. So suppose I want to exit from this directory. I want to exit from this directory and want to move some particular directory like users. So for this you need to put c space dot dot and press enter. Okay, so you can see currently you are inside the C users. Using the pwd you can verify it. Okay, but if I will put ls over here, so I have these particular directories inside this particular users. The administrator, all users, Anshul Chauhan, default user, and something like that, public. But as I have already seen, my desktop, I have kept my particular directory on my desktop, and my desktop is present inside this particular directory in my project, in my machine directory structure. So what I need to do, I need to again go to Anshul.Chauhan. So if you want to move to some directory like Anshul.Chauhan or any directory what you want, then you need to type cd, type some name of your starting name of your directory and press tab. So it will automatically complete your directory name like this, Anshul.Chauhan. I have just typed ANS and press tab, so it will automatically identify and complete your directory name. Okay, if you have more than one directory with the same name, definitely it will provide you options. Okay, this, so you can select and you can type some meaningful information. So okay, so it will save you time. I will go to Anshul.Chauhan. I will again make the command ls. Here I have the directory which is called desktop. Okay, so I need to go to this desktop. I need to go to this desktop. Okay, pwd. Currently I'm inside the desktop. I will put again the ls command to verify what directories are present on my desktop. Okay, so here you can see on my desktop, here is Peter. Okay, Peter is here. Okay, you are getting different things in different you can see the colors. So the exe file, the executable file, or the link files are in the green color, then the text file are in the white color, and the directory is in a blue color. So here is the Peter. I need to go to the directory in my Peter. I need to go to my directory like Peter or my project directory. Okay, so I will go to the Peter. Here I will put the ls command and you can see I'm getting nothing. So Peter is blank. Now what I need to do, I need to initialize to configure a particular directory or a particular project. Obviously, if you have any project, any Java project or any other project, or you have some kind of say you have a lot of you can say the photos available on your desktop or files available on your desktop that you want to push over the Git, and you don't believe your system will crash anytime, so you want to push these files or these data over the Git, then definitely first you need to make that particular directory as a Git project. Okay, and for that we need to initialize the Git in that particular directory. Okay, so for to initialize the Git in any particular directory, what we need to do, we need to go to that particular directory from the Git bash, like we are here. If you say the pwd, then I'm C users Anshul Chauhan desktop Peter, and Peter is the directory which I have created earlier before like this. Okay, and here I need to push a command git init. That's it. I need to push the command git init. Sorry, I need to type the command git init and press enter. So you can see you will get a message, initialized empty Git repository in C users Anshul Chauhan desktop Peter.git. Now currently I am inside the Peter. Earlier when I put the ls command on Peter, so I get nothing over here. You can see I am getting nothing after the ls. Now if I will put the ls in the same directory, then I will get something. Okay, I'm still not getting anything because of my mistake, because that particular Git directory is hidden for any particular project. Okay, so I need to go to the desktop, open the Peter, and you can say .git is over here. Earlier this was empty. If I will open the .git, here some configurations present which Git has set for this particular project. Now for Git, it's a Git project. For me or for users, it's simply a directory, but for Git, it's a Git project. So guys, this is the way how you can create your first Git project, how you can initialize the Git in any directory or in any project. Okay. If there is one more thing, guys, that was the way how we can do that, but definitely there is another way as well. I need to create another directory like okay, and we will create a directory like tuna. Okay, and suppose I want to initialize my Git over here, so I need to simply go to that particular directory. Okay, right click over here, and if you successfully install the Git inside your system, then you will get a link over here like Git bash here. See, I'm getting the Git GUI and Git bash. We will discuss about the Git GUI in later tutorials, but right now we need to see how we can use the Git bash. I need to click it, and by default Git bash will open in this particular directory. You can see desktop tuna, and I need to just put the command git init, git initialize, and Git is being initialized over here. You can see Okay, right guys? So that's the only that's the thing, that's the command how we can initialize the git inside any directory, or how we can create a simple git project. In coming tutorials we will see a lot of things. In next tutorial we will see how we can just how we can make the first commit in git. So let's see. And in last tutorial we have created a project like Peter over here, in which we have already you can see the initialize the git. So now I need to open the git for this particular project. So I double click, right click on over here, and go to this link git bash here. Okay, so my git bash is being opened for this particular project. Just wait guys. Yeah, my git bash is being opened. So in last tutorial we have seen if you will press ls, so I'm not getting anything. Okay, but there is something which is hidden. Actually I'm able to get this particular directory, I'm able to see this particular directory inside my project, because in my Windows setting I have configured the setting show the all hidden files. In your machine the behavior could be different. If you are not showing any hidden file inside your machine, then definitely you will not get anything inside your this particular git directory after the git initialize. Okay, so let's see how we can do it using the command or using the git bash. So if you want to see the hidden files in any directory from the git bash, then simply you need to type command git ls hyphen la. That's it. See, now it is showing all the files which are present inside this git. Okay, and this git is present over here. So earlier when I was running the ls command over here, I was not getting anything. What after ls space hyphen la, I'm getting the things which are present inside the hidden mode in this particular directory. Now what we need to do, we need to basically see the changes and the commits. So to verify the status of any project in the git, we have a very simple command git status. So I'll put git status. When I will press enter, after this git status means it will verify, and it will verify the changes which is being done inside your project and report them. Okay, it will show you. So if I will run this command git status, okay, it is saying me on branch master no commit yet, nothing to commit, create copy files to use git add to track. That's it. Okay, so guys, what we will do, we will create a dummy file over here. So let's create a text file over here, text document, say sample doc. Okay, and inside this particular document write something like hi, I'm on DevOps training. Fine, just save it. Now I have inserted something inside my git project. Okay guys, I have inserted something, I have changed something inside my git project. Now we will see, earlier we was talking about the version control system, so we will see how this particular things were working. Okay, so earlier when I was created or initialized the git inside this particular project, so there was nothing. Okay, now at one time I have created a new file, or I have inserted a new file inside my git project. Now let's see what can we do. So if I will run the command git status again, okay, so here the output is some different. Okay, it is saying untracked files, and inside this untracked files it is showing you that sample doc text file which we just have created, right? You can see, just wait guys, I need to keep it up. See, earlier when I was running the git status, I was not getting anything, but now after the change, if I'm running the git status, you can see I'm getting this particular file which I have just created in this particular directory over here. So it is saying untracked files. Now what we need to do to commit the changes, first we need to add these changes inside my git project. Okay, so to add this particular changes, we have a simple command git add. Okay, after this you need to press dot. Dot means the directory or all files. If you are running this command git add all, it means it will add all the changes which you have done inside this particular git project. Okay, if you want to specify the changes, then you can specify by the file name as well. Okay, like git add sample doc text. I will press the enter, it is been added. Now I will go again and check git status. Now this file is in green. Okay, and it is saying changes to the committed. Okay, earlier it was saying untracked files. Okay, and the file was in red color. Now it is saying changes to committed, and file is in, you can see, new file, and it is saying it's new file, it's not modified, it's a new file. Okay, and it's saying the changes are ready to commit. It means Git has successfully added that particular file. Okay, now they are ready to commit, they are ready to take on the Git. Okay, so how we can commit? So for the commit we have a simple command. Okay, so we have a git commit, okay, -m, then double quote, and here you need to pass a message like my first git commit, right? Now the command is like git is the keyword which we are using since long. Commit, okay, I want to perform the action commit. -m means this is the message. Okay, this is the message which will go with your commit. Okay, which will go with this particular commit. So this message will be some meaningful message in real time projects. This message will be some real time meaningful message which will tell you, okay, in this particular commit, on this particular commit you have changed these things. Okay, the message was like this. If you are fixing a bug, then definitely you can add your defect number over there, like fix this FLC or SUP or anything, like bug this or issue ID this. So with this message you can identify, okay, in this particular commit I have pushed these kind of code changes, right? So let's press C. I'm getting the message master root commit this something, my first git commit, one file change, one file insertion. Okay, create mode this sample doc text, right? What it is doing, basically it is taking the snapshot of your files. Okay, if now I will run the command get status, so I'll get nothing. See, all the untracked changes, all the changes which I have done inside my project has been committed, inserted successfully and added to my project, my Git project, right? Now my Git is up to date. Okay, it has already taken a snapshot of that particular project. Now we will see the real use. We was working in a version control system, so definitely that's a version. We have already committed some changes, so that's a version preferred right now. That's a version, that's a release. Now what I will do, I will open that text document and type something over here like okay, I'm in trouble. Okay, and save the file. Again open their git bash and type git status to verify the health check or verify the untracked changes. Okay, so guys, I didn't change anything inside my structure, I just modified a simple file, that's it. If I will press the get status, then definitely I'm getting something. It is saying modified this document. So Git is successfully able to recognize the changes inside my project structure, sorry, inside my project files. Okay, and in the same way I need to add it, git status, no, git add and dot means add all thing. Now I run the command git status. See, it is saying modified sample doc.txt. Earlier, when I was running the git add, it is saying new files. So it is able to recognize it's a new file or a modified file. Now again, git commit -m and message second commit. Press enter, and you can see one file changed, not one file inserted. Okay. Now I will see git status. So nothing is going to change. Now at runtime, suppose we have changed these things, but later on suppose you are working on your real project, and later on after this commit change you say like my test or my project will be unstable, or it has started throwing some serious bugs. So definitely I can revert that particular git commit and restore my project structure to the earlier version. So that's the benefit of Git. Okay, so guys, in coming tutorials we will see some more things, some more interesting things about the Git. So that's all for the day. Thank you guys. And we can see the commit logs in Git. So earlier in last tutorial we have seen how we can initialize the Git project, how we can modify the files and track the file changes. Now let's see, first we will see if we are going to see how we can add files and track the changes. So guys, let me allow to open the project on which I was working, we was working. So here's my project, the Peter, and you can see here's the simple file, the sample doc we have added earlier. Now let's see, we will create the control C, control V, control V. We have created 2 copies of these files and rename this and say set document and say third document. So we have actually added 2 more files inside my Git project. Okay, in the same Git project, I have added 2 more files. Now I need to open the Git bash from here for this particular project. Okay, guys, and to verify the changes, in the existing Git project, I have a simple command. We have already discussed it. Git status. See, Git status is here, and it is saying I have changes the things, but still you can see I'm getting the changes. Okay, changes not stages for commit, and it is saying deleted sample.txt because the sample.txt is no more exist over here. And 3 new files are untracked. Which are these? See, it is able to identify. What I will do, I will rename it with the previous name in which it was earlier. Like I will rename it, and the earlier name was sample.txt. Save it file, go to my git bash and again execute the git status. Now see, the status message has been changed and it is saying untracked files, and in the untracked files I'm getting 2 new files, sec document and third document. That's it. Okay, guys, in earlier tutorial we have already seen we have committed 2 changes inside. Okay, we have committed 2 changes. For in the first commit, we was inserted in new files. In the second commit, we was modified the file and made the commit change. Now the question comes in a mind, if I want to see the all commit logs inside the git, then how we can do that? Okay, so for that you need to type command git log. Just wait, guys, and in here you can see here the all the logs or all the commit logs is being presented. So this is the first commit which I have done, and guys, this numeric id is called the git commit id. Okay, this we will use for the cherry pick in further tutorials. We will see what are the cherry picks in the gits and what are the other tutorials and other flaws and other benefits of the git. Okay, but right now it is saying we are just coming to see and the git logs. So here is the git logs. The first commit was this with this particular git id, sorry, commit id. The author was Anshul Chauhan and email was this, and the git changes were done on Monday, December 18, 2017, 9:29, 19 a.m. Okay, and it is saying GMT. Okay, and the message was my first commit. Then after that, the second commit being done with the commit id of this, and the author was same, and the date and timestamp was this. Okay, you can see here's the 2-minute difference between these 2 commits. Okay, and the message was this. So using this way you can identify the commit logs, you can identify the commit changes, what commit changes is being done. But now question comes, the next question is if I have a big team, I'm working with the 15 other developers and I'm a project manager, but I want to see okay, that particular command will show me the commit of all the guys, but definitely I don't want to interested in all the whole team. I just want to interested the commit changes of a particular member of my team. Then how can I do it? How can I do that? So for that, if you want to see the commit changes or the changes committed by a single user or a specific user, then definitely you need to put the command git log hyphen author equals to double quote and name of the author. So my name is Anshul. So you can see I'm able to get all the commits from this particular user, because currently I'm only the user in my git. So I'm getting all the changes that I've done, which is done by me. If I will change the name and suppose I want to change the I want to see the change which was done some Mills Landy. See, I'm not getting anything because there's no user with the name Mills Landy and no commit is present inside the git log with this particular user. So using this way we can find out the commits being done from a specific user. Okay, Now again come to a main point or another point, which was git add. So git status, it is showing me, okay, in my project there are two files. Okay, in my project there are two files. Okay, and these two files are not being done, so I will add git add dot, so it will add all the files. Now I will see again git status, so you can see all two files, new files, and the color is being changed to green. Now I will commit these files, git commit half an m, and say, okay, new files from unsure, commit. Now again I'm getting the message, two files changes, add insertions, create mod this. Okay, again go to my git log. See, I'm getting all the three comments is listed over here, right? So guys, this is the way how you can verify the git changes, how you can verify the git logs for your project, and how you can find out the git changes being done by a simple or a single user. So that's all for today, guys. Okay, slow. Okay, so in the git we have seen a lot of things. So first, so this is the git workflow, guys. So we have the three stages in the git. The first one is working area, the second one is staging area, and the third is repository. So let's see what are these steps in git. So let's go to our project on which we was working, open the git bash here, okay, and see the git status. So guys, we have nothing to change or nothing change inside my files. Now I will go to my document and type something. Okay, I will modify this file. Okay, save it, and I will modify the third file again and save it too, and type hi, I'm done. Right, save it. Now I have modified two files inside my project. Now I will go to git and type git status. So guys, you can see here I'm getting two file modified, which in are the red color, and it is saying changes not staged for the commit. Okay, it means currently I am working here inside my working area. So this particular project on which I'm working is called the working area, where I'm doing my changes, my day-to-day changes. Okay, I'm putting new files, I'm modifying the existing files, I'm doing my coding and taking my pictures, whatever I want to do on this particular directory. The git directory which is present inside a machine on which you are performing the continuous changes, which is being called the working area, guys. Okay, now after the working area, the files will come to the staging area. Now what's the staging area? So here you can see it is saying like changes not staged for the commit. See, what does it means? It means I need to stage the changes, the files. So I will git add, and I will add second document.txt. Press enter, and again go to the git status. So you can see one file is still in the one file is still in the red color, but one file in the green color. So it means using the add command I have moved one of my file in the staging area. Okay, that means this was the untracked file. Out of them I have picked one file and moved them into the staging area. I want to commit this particular file with these particular changes. Okay, after this particular staging, I again go to my directory, my Peter directory, open that second document file and modify it one more time. Hi, I'm unsure. Save it. Again fire the git status. So you can see okay, that's fine. So you can see, okay, let me close it. So you can see, guys, the same file is in green color as well, second document.txt, and the same file is inside the you can see red color as well, second document.txt. What does it mean? Basically the changes which I have added when I have added that particular file second document.txt inside the git using the git add command, that particular stage of that particular file has been moved to the git staging area. Okay, it means I have secured that file for the git staging area. Now I need to commit that particular changes. and these are the untracked changes. If I will commit and say third commit, if I will commit now, if I will commit, then only this particular document, with this particular change which I have done before this change will be committed only. Okay, see, one commit is being done. If I will say git status, see, nothing is in the staging area and two files are in the unmodified in the working directory. Okay, in the working area. It means this file, the second document, this particular changes. In this particular document, we have removed the last line. Okay, these changes has been committed to the Git. Okay, now the second one is reached out here in the repository, in the Git repository. So these are the three areas: the working area, the staging area, and the repository area inside the Git. So this is the workflow. The file on which you are working is particular lying inside this particular working area. After this, when you will add that particular file, okay, using the git add command, that file with that particular text or that particular changes will move to into the staging area. And when you will commit your files, the files which you have already in the staging area, then you are adding them inside your git repository.
About the text editor of Git. So, what is the requirement of the text editor in Git, and why we need the text editor in Git? So, till now we was not doing a lot of editing. We were just getting the basics of the Git. We was learning about the basic workflow of the Git and some commands like how we can configure the user and all, right? But whenever you will need uh, to edit some file at runtime, then definitely you need some kind of good text editor so that you can get a better UI and you can easily work with the text editor in Git, right? So we are going to learn about few text editor in Git, right? So on Windows, the possible text editor on which I preferably work, which is like Notepad++ and Bash alias. So in Windows section, I will show you how we can basically download the Notepad++ and how we can use the Notepad++, and additionally how we can use the Notepad++ from the command line and from the git bash, right? On the Mac OS, we have the text editor, very famous text editor, TextMate 2, right? In this particular Mac OS, I don't have the Mac OS system with me, so I don't show you how to use the mate TextMate 2, but I will definitely post the steps how can basically you configure the TextMate 2 on the Mac OS if you have the Mac OS or you are the user of the Mac, right? On the Linux, we will use the Sublime Text. Okay, there is a typo mistake. It's not Sublime, it's Sublime Text. Okay, so on the Linux, we will use the Sublime Git text editor for Linux. So in this particular session, we will see how we can basically install the Git text editor on the Linux machine. So let's move. So as we have already discussed, we are going to use the Sublime text editor for the Linux and Ubuntu based machines. So let's see what is the installation process of the Sublime text editor, right? So very first we need to install the key. If you want to install the Sublime text editor on your machine, on your Linux machine or Ubuntu machine, then definitely first you need to open your terminal and install the key, right? So let's see. First we need to basically open the terminal, and then we can install the key using this command. The same command is basically mentioned in the PPT, and I will share that PPT with you guys so that you can easily get all the commands, right? I will copy the command, paste here and press enter. Now I need to enter the administrator password of my machine, right? It is saying okay. It means the key is being added. Now I need to execute the second command, right? Which is basically to install or to add the apt repository in your machine. Okay, so what is the command to add the apt repository in your machine? So this is the command which is basically used to install or add the apt repository in your machine, right? I will copy this command, go to my terminal, right, and execute it, right? This is also done, right? Now what we need to do, now basically we need to uh, update and install the system package manager, right? So sudo apt get update. Now we need to add sudo apt get update to update all the packages. Okay, and it would hardly take a few seconds, so just wait until it will complete. or either I will pause the video so that you guys and I can resume the video once the complete update process will done, right? So guys, this is done. Now I need to execute the last command, which is about install the Sublime. Okay, because the package is already done. Now I need to copy this command and paste it in my console, right? Press enter. So it is saying the program udo is currently not installed. You can install it by typing sudo apt install udo. So first I need to, okay, I copied it wrong, right? Sudo apt install Sublime text. So it is basically installing the Sublime text in my Linux machine. So just wait until it will finish the processing. It will hardly take few seconds. So guys, it's done. When the complete process is done, you need to go to over here and type Sublime. Right? So you are getting icon over here. Once you click it, so Sublime text will open for you. So guys, this is the Sublime text. Okay, this is the Sublime text editor which we are going to use with the Linux machine as a Git text editor. So stay tuned. In the next lecture, we will see how we can basically configure the Sublime text with the Git so that we can use the Sublime text editor as a Git editor. Going to the deep, let's understand why we need the Git text editor. Okay, so basically text editor used to add the commit message whenever you will commit in the Git. Okay, so let's see how we can add it. Okay, then later on we will see the command which is we used to add the Sublime text as a text editor in the Git. So the command is git config, means we are basically changing the configuration file, and hyphen hyphen global, which means we are changing the configuration file at global level, right? And we are changing the core editor to this Sublime, right? So let's see how basically we can do it, right? So let's close this, and I have a directory udemy underscore git, which is basically my git based directory. You can say you are getting .git folder over here. Okay, let's open a terminal over here, right? And here suppose I will create a class. Okay, first check the git status. So there is some file which is basically not in git, right? So I clear the terminal and I create a class over here and say some text, or say configure text editor dot txt, right? I created a class. Now suppose I want to add some entry over here, like I am adding hello, this is dummy file, right? And I want to enter this text into file which I have just created, config text, right? Now this, now we have seen few things. We have already seen the few commands in the git, right? How we can add the, how we can commit the changes, how we can add the changes. So suppose I will go over here and say git add and the file name. Okay, I want to add this particular file, right? Now what I need to do to commit, I need to execute the command git commit, right? As soon as I execute the command, I am getting this window over here which is saying file ditmsg is being edited by Anshul with nano 2.5.3 PID is this, press continue, why yes and no. So this is basically a window which most of the people are not comfortable with this particular window, right? Most of the people are not comfortable with this window. Now what we need to do, so to avoid these kind of windows, we need to add we need to add a text editor in the git, right? We need to configure the text editor in the git. So here is the command. We, in the previous tutorial, we have already downloaded the Sublime in our machine. Now I just need to, basically I just need to configure the Sublime with the git. So I will paste this command. Let's understand this command. So here it is a git. So using git config hyphen hyphen global, it means I'm changing something in the global configuration of the git. And what is changing? code editor, and I'm replacing the code editor with the Sublime, right? Press enter and it is done. Now if you again execute the command git commit, sorry, git commit, right? You can see, I just minimize this prompt. You can see this is Sublime text. Okay, this is not the nano 2.5.3 which was opened earlier, and which was basically user will not feel comfortable on that particular text editor, because there was a lot of shortcuts to exit from the particular text editor, and that was not user friendly. But this is a very user friendly, and this is clearly saying please enter the commit message for your changes lines starting, right? With hash will be ignored and empty message updated the commit, right? It means if I will just close this file, right? If I will just close this file, that means it will basically abort the particular commit on which the particular file is being prompted. But if I will enter something over here, like uh, I will enter editor is configured, right? I have entered the message. Now I don't need to save anything. If you want, then you can press Ctrl S, or either you can just close this file. Okay. As soon as you will close this file, right, and you will close this editor, so it is already saying editor is configured. It means the commit is being done. If I will press the command git log, right, so you can see the latest commit and commit messages editor is configured, right? So this is the beauty of the git text editor, right? So we have already seen a few things about the Sublime text, and we have seen how we can basically configure the Sublime text with the git. So whenever you will commit anything, okay, whenever you will commit anything, you will basically get the message like this, like you will get the message like this, and Sublime text will be open for you, and it will ask you for the commit message, right? It will not open a some uh, non-user friendly GUI for you, right? So that's all about the text editor, guys. Okay, in the coming tutorial we will see how basically we can configure the text editor on Windows. We can install the Notepad++ on Windows machine, and how we can configure the Notepad++ as a Git text editor on Windows, right? So very first we will see how basically we can install the Notepad++. So for that, open up a Chrome browser, right? Or any browser, whatever you want. So I'm opening up my Firefox, right? And type download Notepad++, right? So you will get a link very first. The site is notepad-plus-plus.org, and it is already taking you in the download section right here, right? Over here you will get this bold and green icon, download. Click on this. As soon as you will click on this, it will ask you to download the file and save the file. It is npp 7.5.6 installer.exe. I will click on save file, right? Over here you can check. So it is being done. I will open the file in my editor. So you can see it is a exe file. To execute or to install the Notepad++ on a Windows machine, you need to execute this exe file. I just double click it. Okay, it is asking for the selected preferred language. You can choose any language what you want. I'm choosing English as a preferred language. I will click on OK, then follow the instruction and click on next. Okay, read out the agreement, and I accept the agreement. And this is the location where actually I am installing my Notepad++, which is C program files 86 Notepad++. Click on next. I want all of these custom actions. I'm not changing anything, and I will let you know what are these in later, right? Just click it and click on install. So basically it's installed. I uncheck this and finish it, right? When I will go to here and type Notepad++, so you can see over here the Notepad++ is being opened. Actually, I have already had the Notepad++ in my machine, so that these files is basically opened by default in the Notepad++, right? Now you need to, so basically we have seen these things. Okay, go to the Google and download this, run the executable file. Now the third step to configure, right? Why we need to configure the Notepad++, right? So let's see, go to your hard disk and go to any Git directory, whatever. If you have any Git directory in your machine, and we have created some Git directory in the earlier tutorial. So I have a Git directory in my machine which is a data structure, okay, which is about my data structure course on the Udemy, right? It is a Git directory. You can see over here .git is present here. I will open the git bash over here. See, right? Now I will type notepad plus plus and press enter. So it is saying bash notepad plus plus command not found, right? It means notepad plus plus is basically not configured with my machine. So what I need to do, I need to go to the installation directory of the notepad plus plus. So where I have installed my notepad plus plus, generally if you are not changing the default directory, then notepad plus plus will go inside the C directory, program files.86, and over here you will find the notepad plus plus directory, right? This is the notepad plus plus directory, and here is the notepad plus plus .exe is present, right? I will simply select this path and copy this path, right? I will go to my search and type environment variable, edit the system environment variable, right? If you don't know to open this right here, you can simply click your computer, okay, and click your properties. Okay, let me go to desktop and click properties over here on your desktop. Here you need to go to advanced system setting and environment variables, okay. Here you will get the system variables. In the system variables you will get the path, right? This is the path. Select this and click on edit, right? And over here I want to add new. And what is the value of new? Add this particular notepad plus plus, okay. If you are using Windows 7 or Windows Vista or any other window, then you need to click on edit, okay. Go to the end of your string, press semicolon, okay, and then paste this value. Click on OK, click on OK, and click on OK, right? Now I go to my git bash, close this git bash, again go to that directory, okay, which was the directory was data structure. Open the git bash here and type notepad plus plus. See, the notepad plus plus is being opened. It means I have configured the notepad plus plus with my machine, right? It's still not configured with your git. Now the notepad plus plus is just configured with your machine. It just configured with the command line, right? If I will go to command line, the command prompt, and type notepad plus plus, then this will also open the notepad plus plus for you, right? I simply close it because I don't want to do anything right here, right? Now let's move to the next one. So till now we have installed the software, we have executed the software, and we configured the software, right? Now what we need to do, now we need to configure the notepad plus plus with my git, right? So again go to the directory, which is your git directory, and open git bash over here, right? Open the git bash over here. Now what I need to do, I have actually mentioned all the commands in this document, and I will attach this document with this particular lecture. Now what I need to execute on the command line. Now first I need to create the bash underscore profile file, right? How can I create the bash.profile file? You need to enter notepad plus plus space dot bash underscore profile, right? And you need to press enter. As soon as you will press enter, it is saying D data structure bash.profile doesn't exist, create it. If you already have this particular file in your machine, that it will open this file directly. Otherwise it will create a new file with for you, okay, on this particular directory where your git bash directory, which is your git directory over here. Okay, you need to add a new line. What line you need to add? This line over here, alias. Basically I am actually adding the alias over here, alias. Now you need to provide the shortcut. So for notepad plus plus I am providing the shortcut npp equals, then single quote, okay. Then you to provide notepad plus plus dot exe, okay, notepad plus plus dot exe space hyphen hyphen multi ins multi capital I n s t space dash dash no session NOSESSION and single quote, right? Press Ctrl S, press Ctrl W, press Alt F4, right? So what we have done, using the Ctrl S, we have saved that file. Using the Ctrl W, we close that file, and using the Alt W, we basically close the Notepad++. So we have configured the Notepad++ .bash profile, right? Now we need to configure the Notepad++ with Git. So this is the command to configure the Notepad++ with the Git, and the command is about, it is saying git config hyphen hyphen global core.editor, and you remember this is the same command which we have executed on the Linux machine, and on the Linux machine we was actually editing the code editor, and although here we are providing double quote slash double quote, then the path of my notepad plus plus exe file is, it's all depend on your custom installation. If you have installed the custom installation, like you install the notepad plus plus in H drive, E drive or some other drive, then definitely you need to provide the path of your notepad plus plus installation. But my notepad plus plus is basically present inside the C, right? So I can provide this path in my git bash, right? So I will open the directory and open git bash over here, right? Now I need to copy paste this command and execute this command. Simple. I copy this command, go to my git bash. Okay, to git bash is being opened, and execute this command, and it is executed successfully. If you are not getting any error message, then it's good for the git, right? How we can verify? We need to before verification we need to close the git, right? Now we need to relaunch it, right? Exit and relaunch the git bash, right? I will again go to my directory and relaunch the git bash. Now as per the confirmation and as per the instruction, how we can verify the git is basically configured with the notepad plus plus or not, right? So for the verification, you can either you can use this command cat tilde slash dot git config, right? It will show you the all configuration, right? And here it is saying editor C program files 86 notepad plus plus notepad plus plus dot exe. Either you can execute the another command, which is git config hyphen hyphen global hyphen e. It means I want to edit the global configuration. Whenever you will execute this command, it will open the global configuration in the notepad plus plus file C. Now all the global configuration is being opened in the notepad plus plus file. It means the notepad plus plus is basically successfully configured with your git bash.
We can verify the changes what we have done within our working repository and staging area, within our working area and staging area. So guys, we was working on this project, we called it Peter. So to verify the things, the changes what we have done, the changes what we have made, so we need to open the git bash first. So I will go to here, open the git bash. Now let's check the status of my project. Okay, so it will show you the difference between the modified between the working area and the staging area. So I have two file modified. Okay, so very first I will add them. Okay, so I will add using the git add command. add dot, so add all. Okay, now I will see the git status again. So all are in staging area. See, the both files are green. Now I will simply commit the changes. Okay, and -m and say committing modified files. That's it. See git status, and we can see we have no more change pending in our file. Now we will go to our project. Okay, and inside the sample doc text I will open it and I will modify it. I will simply remove this particular line and save it. Okay, earlier there was something, there was two lines in this particular file. Now I have only one line in this particular file, so I will remove that and save that file. Okay, I have modified that file. You can see the time is being appeared over here. So I will go to git and check git status. Okay, now there is a scenario. Suppose you want to see the changes which is present inside your local repository and inside your working area. The difference, you want to verify the difference between your local repository and local working area. So how can you find it? So basically this particular file is being modified and I want to see what is being modified in this particular file. So how can I do that? So it's simple. In the git you just need to fire the command git diff. That's it. Press enter. As soon as you will press the enter, it is saying difference git a sample.txt, b sample.txt. Okay, it is taking this particular file in two references. The first one is a reference and the second one is b reference. In the a reference, it is showing the file which is present on the git. Okay, which is present inside my local repository, local git repository. And on this particular file, I have the content. Hi, I'm on DevOps training. Okay, I'm in trouble. Okay, these hyphen are showing the spaces, but in the b sample doc txt, it is saying no new line at the end of the file. Hi, I am DevOps training. This is being modified. Okay, so using this, I can see the differences between the files. Suppose I will do the change in that particular file too. Okay, I will open the second document, sec document.txt. Here I am saying hi, I am DevOps training, and the line was hi, I am Anshul, and I will remove it and mark it hi, Mark. Okay, and say Mark Martin. So hi, I am DevOps training. Hi, I am Mark Martin. Okay, and I will save this file. Now let's go to the git bash and check git status. So now I'm getting two files are being modified in this particular scenario. Okay, the first one is this sample.txt and the second one is sec.txt. Now I want to see the difference. So simply there could be one file or two files. I just simply need to put the command git diff. That's it, and it will show you the difference between these two files. It is saying sample.txt, b sample.txt. These are differences. A sample.txt means the file which is present inside a local git repository, and b sample.txt means the file which is inside your working area. And it is saying, okay, I'm in DevOps training. Okay, I'm in trouble. That is being modified, and new file is hi, I'm in DevOps training. That's it. The second file is saying something like this a sec document.txt, b sec document.txt. The earlier this was hi, I'm on DevOps training. Hi, I'm Anshul. You can see here the first line is in white color. It means this file is not, this particular text is not modified. The modified file is hi, I'm Anshul. Sorry, the modified content is hi, I'm Anshul. Instead of the hi, I'm Anshul, now new content which is present inside the new file is hi, I am Mark Martin. That's it. So using this way, you can verify the differences between the version which is already being inside your local repository and the data which is present inside your working directory. We can do one more thing. We can add a new file and call it test file. Inside the test file, I will open the test file and write some command like hello friends, I'm here for testing. I simply save it. Okay, now new file is there. I will open the git bash. Okay, and fire the command git status. Now it is saying two file is modified, but I have the one untracked file as well. I have one untracked file as well. Okay, this file is newly present, which is not being in the staged using the git. Now we are interested to see if in this particular scenario I have added a new file which was earlier not present inside the local git repository, which I have not committed earlier. So if I will fire the git diff command, that would git be able to identify and show me the data of this particular new file or not. So we will verify. So we will put the command git diff. So you can see, guys, I'm getting the related data which is being modified. I'm not getting the data which is a new file, which is in the new file. Okay, you can see I am only getting the data which is present inside the local repository and modified inside the working repository. But if I have a new file which is present inside the working repository and that file is not present inside the local repository, remember in the last tutorial we have seen the workflow. Okay, so local repository means the repository of the git repository, which the files which I have committed. So if the file is not present in the local git repository but file is present inside the working area, then this command will not show you the difference between these. Now there's one more question. What if I will add that particular file in git stage area? Okay, so let's do that. Git add and test name that file, because I want to add that particular file only. Verify the command git status. Okay, so as you can see, the modified file are still there. A new file is being added. Now I will put the command git diffs and I want to see the difference, or I want to see the behavior of the git diff. Still it is not showing anything. It is just showing these two files are being modified. See, one more thing here. If I will stage this file too, if I will move this file to the staging area and then run the git diff command, then what will be the behavior of the git? So let's do that as well. Git add dot, it will add all thing. Now see git diff. So you can see I'm not getting anything. I'm not getting anything. And if I check the status using the git status command, so you can see all the file are being present or inside the staging area. Now I just need to commit it. It means the git diff. What is the git diff is showing? The git diff is showing the difference between the files which are present inside the staging area and which are present inside the working area. Okay, if there is no file which is present inside the staging area, then it will compare the file with the working area and the local repository. So this is the logic behind the git diff. Now let's commit these changes, guys. Okay, we can leave it. We will commit it later on in later tutorials. Today we are going to see how we can compare the changes between the stage area and the repository area in Git. So guys, let's open the let's open the project on which we was working. So is working here on Peter. Okay, and here we have done some changes in last tutorial. So let's open the git bash here and to verify, and we have already seen how we can verify the differences between the repository and the working area. So we have a command git diff. So using the git diff, we can see the changes between my working area and the repository, and we are getting git diff is not returning me anything. So basically this command will confuse a lot of beginners. Okay, and it may be not maybe not beginners. This command confused a lot of peoples, okay, who was working with git. So by this command, if I'm finding the differences between my repository and between my working area, then definitely it is not returning me anything. Okay, it means it seems like my project is up to date. Okay, what as soon as I post the command git status, I'm getting some modified changes. It means my project is not up to date, although there is nothing which is being different between the staging area and the working area, but there is something which is not present inside the local repository. Are you able to get the difference? What is this? Okay, are you able to get the difference? Guys, sorry for that. I have pressed some button on my system. So you can see git def is not returning me anything, but as soon as I post the command, I put the command git status, so I am able to see the differences between my git repository and my stage areas. Okay, so let's make it clear. Open the git bash again and say git def and git status. Great, not set. So I'm able to get the differences which are present. Some files are modified and they are present inside my stage area, but these files are not present inside my git repository. Now question comes in my mind, a question anybody can, in the interview anybody can ask you this particular question, that how will you identify the differences or the changes which are present inside the stage area but which are not present inside your git local repository. So guys, it's very simple. We need to use the same command git diff, then press space, put hyphen hyphen and type staged. Press enter. Now you will be able to see all the files or the changes between your staged area and your repository. This is the first file and here are the differences. This is the second file and here are the differences, and this is the third file. I am here getting null. Why? Because this file is still not present on my git repository, but this is present inside the stage area. Okay, this is a new file, that's why. So using this command git diff space hyphen hyphen staged, you can verify the changes which are present inside your staged and local repository. Again, if I will put the command like git diff, it will not show me anything, but as soon as I will put the git diff staged, it will show me the differences. See, okay, so we know how we can verify the changes between the working area and the git repository, and we also can verify the changes which are present inside my staged area but still not present or missing inside the git repository. So let's do one thing. Let's commit all the changes, commit -m, and the message you can provide any message whatever you want. Commit changes like this. We have already seen using the git log command we can verify the changes. The git log, you can see this is the recent change which I have done. Okay, now again we will put the command git diff, there's nothing, git status, there's again nothing, and we put the command git staged, and you can see there is nothing. It means my working area is in sync with my staged area and my staged area is synced with my local git repository. I have nothing to update inside my git project. My all three areas, my git repository, my working area, my stage area, are in sync. Okay guys, so that's the way how you can verify file in git. So guys, let's see. So first we will move to my project on which we are working in this particular tutorial. So here we have 4 files: the sample doc, set document, text file, and third document. So guys, to delete a file there's multiple ways. So let's open a git bash over here. Okay, and put command git status. So I'm not getting anything. It means all the things are in sync. My working area, my stage area, and my git repository are in sync. Now I want to delete something, then I simply go to the file and delete it like this. Now again go to the git bash and type the command git status. So guys, here you can see I'm getting something like on branch master, changes not staged for commit, git use add rm file to update what will be committed, use git checkout file, disturb the changes, discard the changes in working directory. Something is deleted. Okay, no change added to commit. Now what we need to do, we need to put the command git add. Okay, then we will verify the changes, git status. So it is saying deleted. It means now first I deleted the file from my working area. Okay, So then using the git status, I have checked it and it was showing okay, something is deleted in the red color. Then I have added my working area or updated my working area with my stage area. Okay, and in my stage area it is showing okay, deleted something. Now it's in the green color. Now I need to commit the changes. Okay, so git commit -m and see delete using OS. See, one file change, one deletion. The operation is one file change, one deletion. You can see. Now if I will run the command git status, so everything is okay. All things are in sync. Okay. But guys, there is one more way to delete any file in your system, and I think that's the in Git that's the perfect way. So you need to go to Git and we write the command git rm and the file name what you want to delete. So I want to delete the third document. Okay, I want to delete it. So the command is git rm means git remove and this particular file. I press enter. Now go to the status, git status, and you can see file is showing inside the staging area. It means earlier when I was deleted the file from my OS, I have one more extra step to add, which is git add. Okay, but if I'm removing the file using the git remove command, git rm then file name, then definitely I am skipping a step, which is git add. Now I don't need to move this particular file to the stage area. I just go to the git and commit the changes. Commit and say delete file using git. That's it. You can see one file change, 4 deletion. Okay, it means that file have some kind of phone number of 4 lines or something like that. Okay, I will go to git status and verify everything in sync. So guys, this is the way how you can delete a file using of the gits. Now it's the time to know about the GitHub. So guys, in this particular session we are going to discuss about the Git and GitHub. So let's move to this particular slide, and we have already seen this particular picture earlier. Okay, when we was learning about the Git, what is Git? This is the first tutorial of the Git, so we have already seen this particular picture. Now this is something new what we are getting over here. So first we will discuss it again, then we will come to here. Okay, so let's see guys. Basically I'm explaining about the Git and GitHub because most of the people seems or most of the people understand these things like they are similar or they are single things. But actually Git is a separate process and GitHub is a separate entity. Okay, Git is a version control management tool, but GitHub is a centralized repository. Okay, we'll discuss it in later tutorials. Let's discuss this particular diagram first. What we have learned in about the distributed version control system. So we have working on same theory. Like this is my working copy. We have already learned about the working area and the working copy on which we was working on the Peter. That was the project, the Git project on which we was working. Okay, and we are significantly performing the operation like git add, git check status, git commit. So what we was doing using my working copy, I was significantly performing the operation and committing the change on my local repository over here. Okay, over here I was over here in this particular repository I was committing my changes. Okay, so this was my working copy. Here between some kind of staging area, then this is my local repository. I was doing the same thing. Now in my team, if we have the 15 member of team, then definitely all of them was doing the same thing. Okay, they was doing their changes, they were code their logics, the business logics in their working area, or in their working copy, then they committing their changes inside to the local git repository. Okay guys, now in this particular system we didn't see these commands pull and push because we was not using any centralized repository till now. What we was doing, we was using git and we was committing the changes. So where we was committing the changes, we was committing our changes using in our local git repository. Okay, in the distributed version control system, total definition, we have already learned about the centralized repository, the local repository, and the working area. That was the concept of the distributed version control system. So now here when the terms come around the central repository or centralized repository, or we can say the server, then the GitHub comes into the picture. Okay, so this is me, this is my local repository, and this is my centralized server. So GitHub is something which will provide you the centralized server to the companies or to individual peoples, okay, so that the guys can put their code on their cloud host systems or on their systems. So Git is something like a cloud where I will push or pull my code. Okay, using the push my code, I can push my Git repository onto the centralized server or on GitHub. Using the pull command, I can fetch all the updated command, or sorry, all the updated codes from the GitHub to my centralized repository. Now let's understand it with the case study. So I'm working in some company, and in my company we are 15 people who are working on a same project. Okay, so as a role, I'm working as a software engineer, and my role is to about the designing. Okay, design the base classes, design the basic structure of the program, and beside me I have three guys to help me, and we are working as a team, and we are designing the product from the scratch. And apart from our three of us, there are some people more who some of them are working on the, you can say, on the back end. Some of them are working on the network layer, and some of them are working on the UI layer. Some of them are working on Ajax or JavaScript layer, and there are different segments on that particular project. Now what they want, basically the project is a single project, okay, but we have a different short teams in a single umbrella. So we need a centralized repository where all of us can basically put our code, so that our code can integrate with each of the so that our code can integrate and it communicate with the different modules. Okay, so for that, to resolve that issue, we will look into a centralized repository. So this is my team, this is their local repository, they will push their code changes over the centralized repository. This is the another team, this is their another repository, they will push their changes to the centralized repository, and same case here. So at the runtime, all of the teams or all of the members which are working on that particular product, which are working on that particular project, they can fetch the all codes from the centralized repository. In their local, they have the complete copy of their source code of their project. Okay, so this GitHub is a basically a centralized repository for us. Git is just a version control management system or version control management tool which will work in my local. Okay, but on the GitHub will work as a centralized repository for me, where I will put my code changes or where I will put my code of my complete project. Right? So till now, let's see the workflow. We have already seen this, the working directory or the working area, then the staging area, and the local repository. We have already seen these three in the Git workflow tutorial. So we was adding and committing the changes. Okay, these four commands: git push, git pull, git checkout, and git merge is still we are going to study. The remote or the remote repository. This is GitHub. Okay, guys. Till this particular three phases, my local system is working. Okay, I'm writing the code in my local, staging the code in my local, and committing the code in my local repository. But when I want to commit, or when I want to push my local repository to the remote repository, I need to use the command git push. Okay, and if I want to fetch the complete code of my project from the centralized repository, then I need to use the command git pull. Okay, we will talk about the git checkout and git merge in later tutorials, but this is the picture. This is my local where the git is working, and this is the GitHub, the remote repository. Now guys, GitHub is a repository hosting service. Basically, repository hosting service means GitHub is something where we will put our code. Okay, and think is it's a cloud of the code. Obviously we can think it as a cloud of the code, and GitHub is a centralized repository, and GitHub is a code hosting platform. So the all things or the all of the statements are justifying what is Git. And in the simple terms, I can say GitHub is just like a social media for the developers, where on the social media we are putting our profiles on the GitHub, we are putting our source code, or how we can use the centralized repository with the Git. So guys, to create the centralized repository, first we need to use the GitHub. Okay, so we will move to the GitHub, github.com. We need to open the github.com. And if you have already have an GitHub account, then definitely you need to click on sign in and sign in your account. Okay, if you don't have the GitHub account, then you can sign up for the GitHub. Okay, and then click login into your account. So I already have the GitHub account, so I will go with the sign in and sign in my account. So guys, this is my GitHub account. Okay, and here are some directory which I have inside my GitHub account, which are like Selenium, POM, data driven hybrid framework, REST assured code, REST documents, and some other directories. So first, when I go to my GitHub account, I need to create a directory. So over here in your menu bar, you will get this plus sign. You need to click it. Here you will get the options. Okay, you need to click new repository and provide the repository name. So in my case, I will provide git hyphen GitHub. Okay, so this is my repository name. I can provide the description as well, so I will provide a repo for DevOps training. Okay, now I'm getting to options. The first one is public, okay, and the second one is private. Public means, guys, anyone on the internet can open this directory, open this repository, and can download the code or the file which I am uploading on the my GitHub account. But if I will go with the private, then it is restricted to open the account, download the account, and committed the change, but it will charge me $7 per month. So I'm going with the public account. Now here is something: initialize this repository with readme file. Okay, this will let you immediately clone the repository in your computer, skip the steps you are importing an existing repository. Definitely I need to click it. Then I will click this green button, create repository. So on my GitHub, actually I have created a repository called Git GitHub. Okay, this is the directory Git GitHub which I have created on my centralized server. Now I need to go to my system and create a new repo with the same name or with different name. Okay, so I will open and create Git GitHub. Okay, I have created the same project. Now I need to sync my local Git repository with my GitHub account. Okay, so you need to go to here, just close it. You need to go to your repository, create or initialize it as a Git repository. So I need to open Git bash over here, and to initialize or make it Git repository, I need to use the command git init. Okay, it is saying initialized empty repository, see users Anshul Chauhan desktop git github.git. Now I need to sync this particular repository with this GitHub repository. How can I do that? For that I need to use the command git remote add origin and pass the URL of this particular repository. How can I get the URL of this particular repository? You need to click here, and here is the your repository URL. You need to copy it and paste it over here. Okay, git remote add origin. Okay, then URL. That's it. If you are not getting any error, then successfully your local Git repository is being is being linked with the GitHub centralized repository. Now we have seen few things here. In this particular, in my local project, I don't have any file, but in my GitHub account I have one file which is called readme.md. okay, I need to basically right now my GitHub account and my local Git repository is not in sync, because I have a file which is present on the GitHub account but which is missing inside my local. So I need to pull the changes from the server. So I will go to git bash in the same git bash, just make it clear, and run the command git pull. So it is saying remote counting objects 3 done, remote total 3 delta done, unpacking object this from git github Anshul C55 git github. Okay, there is no tracking information on the current branch. Please specify which branch you want to merge with. It is asking me for the branch. Although in my command I didn't mention any branch, so I need to provide the branch name as well. And what is my branch name? Here I have only single branch, which is called master, master. So I need to write the command git pull origin master. So you can see from this branch master fetch head. Okay, now I need to go to my project, open my project, and you can see readmi.md file is present inside my local repository. Okay guys, so we have seen, we have created a centralized repository, we have created local repository in my local machine, initialize the Git project in that particular local repository, then connect that particular local repository with the centralized repository. Now we will see what we have seen in the last document, that picture in which we was basically sending the pull request, or sending the we were syncing the local repository with the GitHub centralized repository. So we will do one thing, we will create a new file over here and name it like or say like sample test 1 text. Open it, write something over here like this is first code file. Okay, I will create a file inside my local project, inside my local git github directory or local git project. Okay, we are calling it directory, but in terms of the git it is a git project. Okay guys, now I will open my git bash, clear the console and check the git status. So you can see I have an untracked file sample test 1. So we have already seen we need to add this, so we'll add it. Okay, then what we need to do, we need to again check the git status. Right, the file is being in the staging area. Now I need to push git commit -m and my first commit done. So I have committed the changes. So now what I have done, I have committed the changes inside my local git repository. Okay, now let's see, is that changes is being reflected inside my centralized repository? See, no, only a commit which is 6 minutes ago, where I have just created this directory. Now I need to sync my local git repository with my centralized repository. So I need to run the command git push origin master. Actually what I am doing, first I have created the GitHub centralized repository on the GitHub, then I created the local repository, then I synced my GitHub repository, centralized repository with my local repository, then I am doing some changes in my work area, then stage that particular changes, then commit the changes inside my local git repository, and now I am pushing my local git repository to the centralized repository. Okay, so git push origin master. Origin master means the branch name. It is asking me about the user credential, so I simply cancel it and I will provide my credential over here. Okay, now I need to provide my password and I don't remember my password. Let's try. Authentication failed. Okay, I have provided the incorrect email ID. Now I need to again push the changes. Just remove it and I need to put my email. Okay, and insert my password. Actually, I am providing the username and password of my GitHub account. You can see https github.com. click on OK. So you can see it is writing the object. Okay, something is being done. Actually, it is published my local changes, my local Git repository changes on the centralized repository. When I will refresh this particular project, so you can see sample test1.txt file is over here, and my commit message, my first commit is being displayed over here. When I will click it, it will show me my commit ID. This is my commit ID we was earlier talking about inside the git log, and it is same, like we can see, we can find it. It's starting with 7011 and ending with 0442. We can get this particular commit ID inside my local as well. Git log, see, 7011 ending with 0442. This is the same commit ID. The earlier one was different. Okay, so this is my commit ID. So this is the way, and it is showing you the differences. This is the first code file. It is showing the differences as well. Now what I need to do, I will change that, but I will do some changes over here inside my file. I will do some change inside my file. I will add a new line. This is my first code file, and say I am Java developer and I am developing and gaming project, right? Just save it. So now what I have done some changes in my working area. So if I want to push these changes on my centralized repository, then what I need to do, first let's clear this pane. I need to verify the git status. You can see I have modified something. Now I need to move my file from the working area to the staging area. Git add, okay, again check the git status. So file is moved to the staging area. Now I need to commit git commit -m, provide the commit ID, provide the commit message, and say modified file with latest code. I have committed the changes. So you can see one file change, 3 insertion, 1 deletion. Okay. Now I have these changes inside my local repository. What I need to do, now I need to push my changes to the centralized repository. So I simply run the command git push origin master. So you can see it is being done. Now I will refresh my GitHub account or my GitHub repository. So you can see I am getting the latest change in this particular file, and the message is 39 seconds ago, and message is modified file with the latest code. If I will click it, I will see the difference. The earlier file was this is my first code, and the new file is this is my first code space I am Java developer and I am developing the gaming project. Okay guys, now let's see. We have already seen how we can push the changes from my local repository to the centralized repository. Now if I have create something over here, I will create a new file over here and say file name is test file. Okay, and here write something, hi, this is my test file. Okay, just save it, commit new file. Okay, so I have created a new file, test file. So what actually I am doing, as we have discussed, many people are working on the same project. So I have committed my changes, I have commit and pushed my changes on the centralized repository. Now there are some other people as well who was working on some different languages, some different files. So they have committed and pushed their changes as well. Now to again push my changes, first I need to get the update from the centralized repository. To make the data integrity or the data insurance, first I need to fetch the changes from the centralized repository. What I means, like today we was 5 people working on the same project. So today I was working on the module 1, and some of my colleague was working on the module 5 or module 2. So I have created some files, I have created some code, pushed my code on the centralized repository. Now my friend was working late hours in the night, so he has pushed their changes after me. Now again, when I come to the next day, I need to push some changes as well on the centralized repository. But is the centralized repository in the same state where I has left it yesterday? No. Centralized repository is being updated with the latest code. Now what is my duty? Before committing or before pushing my changes, first I need to get the latest code from the centralized repository. Okay, so before push, always remember, before push, please pull the code from the centralized repository. Okay, so you can see in my local GitHub, I have only one file, but in my centralized repository, I have two files. So what I need to do, I need to sync my centralized repository with my local Git repository. So for that, to pull the code change from the centralized repository, I have a command git pull origin master. Master is actually my branch. If you have some other branch, then you can specify that branch name. Press enter. So you can see one file is changed and one file is inserted. If I will refresh my local repository, I will get this file inside my local. You can see test file is over here. See, I can open it. Open it notepad plus plus. Just leave it. Open it in notepad plus plus. See, this is my test file. So you are able to get it. Okay, guys. So this is the way how you can make the centralized repository, how you can sync your local code with the centralized repository, how you can push and pull the code on the centralized repository, and how you can change it in the local repository and make them available on the centralized repository. What is GitHub and how you can create the centralized repository as well. So we have seen a lot of things in this particular session. In coming tutorials, we will see some more interesting facts. So let's move to the Git branch. So basically, Git branch or the branch in a Git is basically pointer to some commit. Okay, what does it mean? Basically, uh, as you remember, if I will open my GitHub account, or earlier in the last project we was working here in GitHub. Okay, I will open the Git bash over here. So you can see here is something Anshul Chauhan, there is something, then desktop GitHub, then it is showing master. So basically I'm working in master branch. So let me allow to open my GitHub account so that we can see that as well over here. And I will open to GitHub, which we have created recently. So you can say here is only one branch, which is master. See, so in my GitHub I can see, in my Git bash I can see I'm working on a master branch. Okay, now everyone, if you are working on a project and there are a team of 15 people or 17 people, and they're working on different kind of modules. Okay, and everyone is sometime everyone is committing their code on the master branch, then that may be a problematic area after some time, because we assume the master branch is the main branch of the Git. Okay, on which we will push the code which is tested and verified and reviewed by the senior members. Okay, it means in that way every team can create their own branch, or every member of the team can create their own branch. They can commit their local changes to their own branch. Okay, what does it mean? It means just show me an example. It means like let me open the notepad or paint. So it means, suppose this is the tree. Okay, and in this tree, suppose here somewhere I have master branch. This is my master, right? And my people are working, so I have a different teams. So here is another team, here is another tree. Just wait, guys. And here is another team. Okay, is okay. What I'm doing, just take it. Here is another team, and here is I have another team. Then I have another team. Then I have another team. Okay, and what the team are doing, they are directly committing their changes to the master branch. Okay, so it may be possible my project or my particular build is building from the master branch, and obviously in most of the companies master branch is the main branch. Okay, so we assume the code which is being tested and being reviewed by the experts is should be merged on the master branch. Otherwise the code should be merged their local branch, and after then that local branches should be synced with the master branch. So if I take about the example in which we are working, so we have different branches for different teams. Okay, master branch, suppose we take example of the framework. Suppose you are developing some kind of framework, some development framework or testing framework. Okay, and in that particular framework your framework is being used by the organization, and the organization size is around 1000. So 1000 people or 1000 engineers are using your framework to develop their to implement their or to progress their development work, right? Now you also have 4 or 5 people in your team, and they are directly merging their code to the master branch. So it may be possible a single commit on the master branch can corrupt the complete framework. Okay, it may allow or it may it may insert the serious defects inside the framework. So what we will do, first we will create the branches. Either the branches should be related to the teams or the individual persons. So here I will create another branch, here I will create another branch, here I will create another branch and another branch. Now suppose these branches are for team 1. Suppose these are the branches which I have created for team 1. This is the branches which I have created for team 2, and here similarly team 3 and similarly team 4. About that particular type order, guys. Okay, now what the team are doing, they are doing their development work and committing their code changes to their own branch. Okay, committing their code changes to their own branch. So team 1 is doing their development work and they all are committing their changes to their team branch. They are not committing their changes to the master branch. Okay, in that team branch they are building, from that particular team branch they are building or they are compiling their code and using their code for the testing, right? They first they will develop their code, then they will merge their code to that particular team branch, then they will compile it and test it against their use cases, right, to verify the authenticity and the functionality of their code. Similarly, in the similar way, team 2 will do their own work, team 3 will they do their own work on their particular branch, and team 4 will do their own work on their particular branch. When they will satisfy with their particular code with the implementation, business logic and the unit testing, then they will merge their branches or sync their branches with the master branch, so that the master branch, the possibility of the corruption of the master branch will be minimum. Okay, I am doing some coding. Obviously in the first time or in the first hand, if you are submitting your code some to someone, then definitely there's a role of QA. They will test their code, they will test they will test your code. So definitely there will be some bugs. Okay, no one is perfect. So to avoid these issues, to avoid the issues in the master or the main product itself, we create the separate branches and test our application using these separate branches. So guys, this is the significance of branching in the Git, and it's a very critical and important point to understand in the Git. Okay, so every team or every team will create their own branch and push their changes or commit their changes to on that particular branch. In the last, when you will tested everything and you are satisfied with the code, then particular branch code will be merged with the master branch. Okay, in some organization they have two branch, the master branch and the develop branch. On the develop branch, their developer commit their changes and test their code. After then after some time, when the develop is fixed, they will merge the develop with the master and keep the branches in the sync, and from the next sprint they will start work on the develop again. Okay, so now let's see how we can create the branch in Git. So right now I'm in master branch. See, so to create the branch, I just need to write the command git branch and branch name. So see, I'm on master. I will create a new branch, develop. Okay guys, so I'm not getting any error. It means I have created that branch, the develop branch. So now to commit my changes on the new branch, basically I have created a new branch from the master branch. I have created this develop branch from the master branch. It means that develop branch is being originated from the master branch. At this particular time when I have created this branch from the master branch, the all code which is present inside the master branch is being copied in the develop branch. Okay guys, don't forget or don't confuse, this will not take extra space. This will not take extra space. This will not copy the code which is present in the master branch. This is just a pointer. Okay, the storage area of the git will be same, but the pointer will be changed, right? Just take another example. This is the bucket where complete suppose this is the bucket where my complete code, this is the git bucket, suppose this is git storage. Okay, here my complete all my files are being presented over here. These are my files which are presenting over here. Okay, these are my files. If I'm saying, in that case I'm saying, okay, I have created a new branch, the develop branch from the master. So it means at this time, if these particular files, these all files at this time only master branch, and at this time I have created a new branch, the develop branch. It means this particular file, just give me example. Sorry, give me time. This particular file is being attached with the two pointers. The first one is master and the second one is develop. The master and develop, and this will happen with the same case with all the files. The all files will link with the two branches, the master and the develop. They are not creating the extra space inside the memory. They are just pointing out the two branches. They are just pointers. These are just pointers. Okay guys, when I will create the develop branch, I will switch to develop branch and merge something like suppose I have created a develop branch. Now I have switched to a develop branch and now I'm creating this file. Okay, in the develop branch. Okay, I'm committing this file in the develop branch. I'm not pushing that particular file to the master. Then at that time when I'm just adding this file on the master on the develop branch, then this is just pointing out to the develop branch. When I will sync that particular develop with my master, so the same file will point out to the master as well. So develop the branching just the pointers. They are not taking extra space. So in that way they are very fast. Okay guys, so I have created a new branch which is develop. Now I need to switch the branch. So to switch the branch in the git, we have a command git checkout and the branch name. Checkout means checking out. So you can see you are getting the message switch to branch develop, and here I'm getting the you can see the branch is develop branch. See, and if I will write the command git branch, so it is saying you can say when you will write the command git branch, it is saying there are two branch, master and develop, and develop is in green and star is over here. It means currently the pointer is pointing out to develop, but there are two branches. So using the git branch command, you can find out the number of branches inside your particular project, right? Suppose if I will go to my directory and go to my D drive, inside my D drive, go to here, open the git bash and run the command git branch. Okay, here again the development master. I don't have any other branch for this. If I will do the same thing over here, just give me some time guys. I'm finding out a suitable example for multiple branches, so I need to check where I have the multiple branches. Okay, here's the development. So right now I don't have the example with the multiple branches, but in this particular example we can see in our GitHub project we have the two branches, develop and master. We can create one more branch like this, git branch, and say second branch. Okay, the branch is being created, but I not checked out or switched to the new branch. If I will run the command git branch, then it will show three branches, the master, development, second branch, and pointing out, and you can see currently I'm pointing out to develop branch. Okay, so to switch the branch I can use the command git checkout. Now what I will do, okay, let's find out the command. Let's move to the uh, master branch, git checkout master. Switch to the master. You can see if I will run the command git branch, so it is showing okay, currently I'm on master. Right now we need to find out the file which is present inside the master branch. So master branch have two files, the readme.md, sample test1 and test file. That's it. Now switch to the git develop, and again find the number of files on the develop branch. So you can see the develop branch again have the same number of files. So as I already told you, these are just the pointers. Whenever you create a new branch from the existing branch, then all the pointers, the new branch what are you creating from the existing branch, the new pointer will point every file which is present inside the source branch. Right, the branch which you have created will will contain all the files with the branch from which you have created the new branch. Right, now what I need to do, I have switched the branch. You can see I have switched the branch. I will go to my project, add a new file. Say I add a new file and it says sample test2 2.txt, right? And add another file, sample text3, sample text3, right? So I have added two more files. In my git bash, currently I am working on the develop branch. I will check the status, git status. So you can see two files are being untracked. So I will add this file, git add dot. So both of the file has been added. Okay, now check the status, git status. Right, push the commit the changes, git commit -m branch develop. Right, two files are being committed. Now put the ls command. So you can see it is showing me four files, readme.md, test1, test2, test3 and test5, four files. Now I will switch the branch, git checkout master. Okay, pull the, and type the command ls. The master branch still have only three files. See, the develop branch have four files, but the master branch have two files. Okay, so it means until I will merge the develop with the master, the changes on which I am working, okay, will be available on the develop only. If I will switch to the develop, check out develop. If I will switch to the develop, okay, and now what are the changes I am pushing? It will be available on the develop branch only. They will not merge with the master branch. So my mainstream project will still work unaffected if I am getting any defect due to the new changes on the develop branch, until I will merge the develop branch with the master branch. So guys, this is the branching. This is all about the branching in the Git. Okay, and I know, and I'm pretty sure the branching in the Git is very important. This is very lightweight. These are just pointers. This is not taking any extra space. This is lightweight and very fast. And as per my experience, I think it is a slogan in Git. Branch early if you want to skip the error in future. Okay, if you want to avoid the error in the future, then branch early. Okay, So don't hesitate to branch in the Git. Okay, create your branch, do your work, and if your work is successful, if your new features are successful, merge your branch with the master. That's the best way to work with the Git. And in any product, how we can merge the branches in Git. In last tutorial we have already seen what are the meaning of branches in the Git, how we can create the branches, how we can check out the branches, and what is the difference between the different branches, and what is the application of the branches in Git. Today we are going to discuss and we are going to see how we can merge the different branches. So guys, very first we need to open our project on which we are working. Okay, over here I need to open the Git bash. Okay, so by default Git bash is being opened on the develop. But before this, I want to discuss some important points. Why the merging is important. Okay, so as we know, the master branch code is like a production like code. Then and on the develop and on the team branch, we have the code which we are working and which we are testing continuously, so that we can merge it with the master. So guys, obviously, if we are doing something in organization from a project point of view, then definitely it will add a value in my project. Okay, and we are checking out that particular code to our branch. Okay, but actually this is not just my responsibility to push that code on my branch. Okay, always time to time, guys, please remember, always time to time it's required to sync your branch with the master branch, so that the code changes which are you doing will be available on the product itself. Okay, so we will check out to the master branch, git checkout master, and we will see the number of files. So only 3 files are available in the master. Okay, we will go to our project on which we are working. Okay, is this okay? Open the GitHub. Okay, this is the project on which we are working. We have added, I remember we have added few more files. Why the files are not here? Okay, just go one thing. Okay, just remove it and go to git bash and say git checkout develop. Right, go to your project, open your project now. So you can see, as you are switching your branches, you can see right now in the GitHub I am on the develop branch and I am getting these number of files available over here: the sample text 1, sample text 2, sample text 3. As soon as I switch to develop, switch to master, check out master, so you can see number of files is being changed inside my project. It means these files are present on my master branch and these number of files are present on my develop branch, right? But these changes we just have committed inside my local repository. These changes are not being promoted to my centralized repository. So I will create new files. I will create one more file over here. Okay, and name it test copy 4. Right? Go to the git bash. Currently I'm working on the develop. So git status. Okay, one file is still we need to work. I will put git add dot git commit and -m for the message adding file in develop. Okay, now what I need to do, I need to push the changes. So just git push. So you can see fatal error, current branch develop has no upstream branches. Okay, now I need to provide the complete changes. I need to provide the complete command git push origin master develop. It means I want to push my changes on this particular branch, the develop branch. So just wait guys, it will take few seconds. So changes are being done and say completed one local object. Now I will open my git bash. So you can see, I will refresh it. Here I have a branch, master branch, but it is saying less than a minute ago develop is being created. So if I will click over here, so you can see right now I'm able to find out two branches, the master and develop. I will switch to develop. So the number of files are being changed. You can see here, this is the files which we have on the develop branch, and these are the files which we have on the master branch. But guys, you remember in last tutorial we have created another branch which is called SEC branch, and that particular branch is not available over here. Why? Because we didn't push any changes. We just created that inside our local Git repository, but we didn't push any changes through that branch on the centralized repository. Once you will push the centralized repository with that particular branch, you will list their particular branch over here as well. Okay, so right now I have two branches, the master and the develop. So as we was discussing, the master have less number of files because this is my mainstream project, and in the develop we have more files because these are some testing files as well, right? So this is the way how you can create the branches and how you can switch between the branches, right? Now we need to merge the code. Now my task is, okay, I have tested my code and the code which is available on the master is completely fine and working expected. Now I have three new features which are present inside these three files, and I need to move that features to the master branch. Okay, so guys, how can we do that? Simply we need to put the command git merge. Okay, here's a catch. First, you need to check out the branch on particular branch you want to merge, right? So we will go to the branch git checkout master because we want to merge the changes on master. So we want to check out the target branch. Okay, we want to merge the changes from develop to master. So first we need to check out the target branch. So we need to check out the target branch. Now I am in the master branch. Now I run the command git merge and enter the branch name which you want to merge. Okay, the source name. So my source branch is develop, my target branch is master. It means merge the develop with master. Just press the enter. So it is saying fast forwarded sample text. This is being inserted, right? What does it mean? Earlier in the last tutorial we have discussed in the picture like pointers. So now master pointer is also being attached with these three files. So now if you will refresh your GitHub and in the master, then you will get these files over here. Just wait guys. Why the master is not being updated? I have merged the branch, my develop branch with my master, but it is not being, I need to push the changes guys. So git push origin master. Why I'm not able to get these changes over there? Because I just merged that develop branch with the master in my local git repository. I didn't push the changes, so I need to push the changes. So you can see after this push you will be able to get this particular file in the master as well. So just wait. I hope this will not throw any error. Okay, it is basically pushing master to master. See, on the master the new files are being added over here, right? And you can see these files are being added 5 hours ago, 19 minutes ago, 5 minutes ago, 19 minutes ago. It means the pointer, just the pointer is being changed. File was already pushed on my GitHub server 19 minutes ago. Just the pointer is being changed. Now my develop and my master are being synced. They are just showing the same kind of code. But the another branch which I have, using the git branches branch, you can find out the branch. The SEC branch is still pointing the content which was available inside the master branch. These three files. Let's see. So git checkout the branch. Switch the branch. Now I'm SEC branch and git push origin sec branch. Why I'm doing this? Because I want to sync my local Git repository with my centralized repository. So after this pull, you will able to get this particular branch on that particular centralized repository as well. So just refresh it. So you can see now I have the 3 branches, SEC branch as well. And inside the SEC branch, the code is still not updated because I didn't sync the develop with the SEC. I just sync the develop with the master. So if the SEC branch want to check out the changes, if SEC branch want to check out the changes, then he need to pull the changes from the master branch, right? So say I am basically working on the SEC, but I want to check git pull and say origin master. Just press enter. Okay, so these 3 files are being added inside the SEC as well. Okay, but this is inside my local. If I will go to your project directory, right now I'm in SEC and I will refresh it, so you can see all these files are being presented over here. So I have pulled the latest code from the server. Although I'm in the SEC branch, I have pulled the latest code. If I want to add that code particular on my centralized repository, I need to push the changes. Origin SEC. So after this command, this will first I will pull the changes from the master branch to my SEC branch. Now I am making the branches, pulling the changes on the SEC branch. So you can see you would be able to get the changes over here as well. Just refresh it and you will find out the changes in the SEC as well. Because I got the code from the master, okay, and pull the same code on the SEC. So using this way you can sync your branches. So I have shown you all the ways how you can do and deal with the branches. See how we will move the file from staging area to working area, or we will see how we can revert the complete commit. If we have done some commit in the Git by mistake, then definitely we will see how we can remove it. So very first we'll go to the project on which we was working. So we was working on git-github. This was the project, and on we was working in our Git training. So let's open the Git bash. Okay, so let's check the status first. So we have nothing changed. We don't have any change. So what I will do, I will open any file out of these files. So let me allow to open sample test1 and I will edit it. Okay, I will edit it. So like this is a code file. I am Java developer. I am developing a Java project. I'm developing a gaming project. Okay, let's see. I'm developing Java gaming project. Okay, and this game is about or we would say like this game is like Total City, right? And I will save this file. So now I have changed this file. I have changed something. I have modified this file, the sample test1. Now I will go to my git bash and run the command git status. See, I am getting here. Okay, this file is being modified like this. Using the git diff command, I can verify the differences as well. We have already seen this command earlier. So this is the you can see this is the difference over here. I am Java developer and I'm developing a Java and developing and gaming project. Okay, here I have modified it. I am Java developer and I am developing Java gaming project. This game is like Total City. So these are the changes what I have done in my file. Now to add that particular file from the working area to staging area, what I need to do, I need to add that file. Okay, I need to execute the command git add dot. So now I have moved my file from working area to staging area. We can see using the git status, we can verify it. Now the file is in modified and now the file is in green color. It means it has been moved to the staging area from the working area. Now suppose we have I have done some kind of mistake over there. Okay, I need to revert that change. I need to remove the file from the staging area to working area. In the real time there could be the possibilities like I have modified 15 or 18 files and I've added all those files in the staging area, moved all those files in the staging area, but later on I realized, okay, this is the file, this is some specific file, but I don't want to add in the staging area, so I can basically remove that particular file. Okay, so for that I need to use the command git reset head and file name. So my file name is sample test1 dot text. Once I will remove this command, it is saying unstaged changes after reset. See, now if I will run the command git status, so see the file is being moved to the staging area, sorry, to working area. This is again in the red mode. See, so using this command git reset head and the file name which you want to remove from the stage area to the working area, okay, provide the name of that particular file. Okay, so this is the command using which I can basically move the file from staging area to working area. Let's clear it out. Now we need to see, okay, we will just check the you just go with another branch, git checkout, and move to develop branch. Okay, so right now I'm in the develop branch. Okay, so let's see git status. So this is the file which I have modified. Okay, now what we will do, we will commit this file. Okay, and after the commit we will revert the commit. Okay, we will revert the commit, we will revert the last commit. Okay guys, so basically there could be the use case regarding this, like this. Okay, we have committed some code files, but later on realize, okay, I need to add something in that particular file, or I need to remove something from that particular file, from that particular commit, so I can revert that particular commit if I have done some wrong commit over there. Okay, so let's add that particular file first. Okay, check the status. Okay, so you can see it is in a modified file. Sorry, the file is being moved to the staging area. If I will run the command git and diff, so I'm not getting anything. It means all the changes from the working area is moved to the staging area. Now what I will do, I will commit the change. Commit -m and put the message moving stage to local repo. Done. Okay, using the git log I can verify the latest commit over here. So you can see the latest commit over here is this, which is being done by the Anshul Chauhan at 7:57 in the evening, right? This is the latest commit. But later on I realize, okay, I have done some mistake over there. I have done mistake over there and I need to revert that commit. The commit which just I have made, I need to revert that. Using the git status you can verify. Okay, I need to just reopen it. Okay, using the git status you can verify I have nothing to commit. So how can revert the last commit? So to revert the last commit you have a git command git reset head, and after this provide the tilde. Okay, this tilde button, this tilde icon, just press enter and the particular last commit has been reverted. So you can see git status. See, the file is in the modified mode. If I will go with the git log, then I can see the log as well. So you can see the last commit is being removed. This commit is being done on the 18th of December at 9 a.m. Okay, and the last commit which I have done on 19th of December at 5:07 p.m. See, this is the last commit has been reverted. So guys, this is the way how you can revert the last commit, or here you revert the commit. Okay, you can also revert the commit from the commit ID as well. Okay, and how you can move the file from the stage area to the working area. In coming tutorials we will see some other interesting points, but
How we can basically add the git in the existing project. So for that, first we need some existing project, we need some existing code base or some files where we can add the git. So we are going to use a website which is called initializer.com, okay, where we can find out some basic project to download which have some kind of source files. So the website is www.initializr.com, right? So without wasting the time, we will open the Chrome and type www.initializr.com, right? When we will go to this website, this is the website. Here you can find out some predefined code files, right? Here is the classic H5BP, responsive and bootstrap. I'm going to click on the bootstrap because I want to download this bootstrap project. By default, I will select the bootstrap tutor. This is already selected. Here are some checkbox. If you want to add all these files in your project, then you can check as many as you want, right? After then, you need to click this download it button, right? I'm going to click this button. As soon as I will click this button, a file is being downloaded in my directory, right? Initializer -varika -4.0.zip file is being downloaded in my directory, right? Now, what I need to do? Now, I need to unzip this file, right? So, I will open up terminal over here, right? And how can you unzip the file? Using the command unzip then file name, right? As soon as I will press the enter, so you can see on the terminal I am getting the output, okay, inflating, 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 and here a new directory is being created as well, right? Let me clear the terminal, and we are getting a directory with the initializer. Now we will rename our project with a new name, right? And what is the command? We will use move command, right? So mv old file name, which is initializer, then the new file name. And suppose I want to new file name web project. Press enter, go to your directory base, and you can say the file is being renamed over here, right? Now we need to initialize the git in this project. So we have already discussed this thing, how basically you can initialize the git in your project. So you need to execute the command git space init, init. As soon as I will press the enter, initializing empty git repository in home unshul downloads.git. Okay, I am getting this message over here, right? How can I find out that basically the git is being initialized in my machine or not? If you will get the .git directory in your machine, then definitely git is being initialized in your machine. To find out in on terminal, you can press the command ls-al and see you are getting the directories like this. We have .git directory over here and the web project. Okay, I did a mistake. I will remove the .git directory ls-al. Yeah, this is being removed. Now I clear my console. Basically, I want to initialize the git in my project. So first I need to enter in my project. So using the cd then your directory name, you can enter in your project. Press the command ls and you can find out all the files which are present in your project. So right now these are the files and directories which are basically present in my project. The directories are coming in the blue font, right? Sorry, blue color. Now we need to initialize the git, and we know very well to initialize the git I need to execute the command git init. As soon as I will execute the command on the terminal, a message is being prompt which is saying initialized empty git repository in home unshul downloads then your project name, right? How can you verify that .git directory is basically initialized or not? So you need to find the command ls-al, right? Over here you can see a .git directory is being presented over here. It means git is basically successfully initialized in my machine inside my project, right? Although if you don't have the permission, you don't have the permission to uh, open up the hidden file, then you will not get the .git file over here. You need to right click on your directory and check out this checkbox, show hidden files, so that you will get the .git directory over here as well. By default, I make the hidden files as a hidden. Okay. If I want to check if any hidden file is there, then I simply use this command ls-al. First I go to this directory and then execute the command, right? So we have done this much of work. Now verify the sorry guys. Now we need to verify the git status. And how we can verify the git status? To verify the git status, we have the command git status, right? As soon as I will enter the command git status, I am getting some message. It is saying initial commit untracked files, and I'm getting the all the files and directories in the red color. Now how basically we can add all the files in my git? So I need to execute the command git, or let me clear out this console, and we need to execute the command git add then period, right, which is dot. As soon as I will enter this command and I will again check the git status, I will get a new message and file color is also changed. It is saying changed to be committed, right? And file color is changed to green from the red bar, right? Let me clear out this console. Now how we can commit the changes? We can commit the changes using a command git commit. We have already seen this thing, right? Now if you want to provide a single line message, then you can enter the command git commit -m say web project is committed, right? The message what I'm providing within the double quote is it will be my commit message, right? As soon as I will press the enter, the all thing is being done. And you can see over here web project is commit 26 file changed, and this is the insertions, right? Let me clear out the console and again execute the command git status. And it is very clear, it is saying very clearly on the master branch, and we have already discussed it. By default the git will be on master branch. Nothing to commit, working directory clean. It means I have committed all the changes in my git, right? Now I will do one thing. I will open this humans text and change something over here. Like I enter hash, this is custom message, right? And close the file, save the file. As soon as I will go to my console and enter git status to verify the status of my project, it is saying one file is modified, which is humans.txt. So using this way, you can verify the modified files in your working directory, right? Now suppose we will remove this .git directory from my machine, because .git directory is everything. If you have the .git directory in your machine inside your working project, then it means Git is basically configured with your project. But if you will remove this .git directory from your machine, then Git will be removed from your directory, right? So I'm going to remove this rm-rf and .git. Guys, please be careful. This command rm-rf is a very powerful command. If you will by mistakenly execute this command on any directory, it will remove all the files recursively by that particular directory where it is being executed, right? If I will enter rm-rf asterisk, it will completely format your complete laptop, right? So please be careful if you are using Linux machine. So as soon as I remove the git directory and I will execute the command git status, right? It is saying fatal error, not a git repository, right? It means this repository, the web project, is no more a git repository, right? This is not a git project anymore. So guys, this is the way how basically you can add the git in an existing project. In the coming tutorial, we will see how we can uh, add the git or add the existing project in the git. Today we are going to see and we are going to discuss how we can add an existing project on GitHub, right? So in this particular training, we will see GitHub start, GitHub fork and GitHub clone, right? So very first we need to open the GitHub account and log in your account, right? So we need to open the browser and type github.com, right? As soon as you will be on the github.com, and I assume using the previous tutorial or by reference of the previous tutorial, you have already created your account on the GitHub, right? So now I am going to sign up in my account, right? I have entered my username, my password, then clicked on the sign in button. So you can see right now I am on my GitHub account. By this profile picture and by reference of your username, you can find out actually you are present on your GitHub account or not. Right here, I am getting all my directories over here. Now, what I need to do, I need to fork any repository in your account, right? What is the mean of the fork? When we are saying fork the repository, then we are saying create that repository in your private space, or create that create the repository, the target repository in your personal repository, right? For that we need some kind of repository which is present on the GitHub. Either they could be public or they could be private. If you have the reference of any private Git repository, then definitely you can get it. Okay, you can find out that repository, right? And you can fork that repository. If you don't have any private access to any private repository, you can find out any open repository. I'm going to work with Ninja SCM, right? It's a repository which is present on the Git and it's a GitHub account. Right here you can see it's a grid training Ninja SCM, right? And it has a directory which is saying starter-web, right? You can say over here, this is the username of the account and this is the directory name. So this is the directory and this is the user who has created this particular GitHub directory or this GitHub repository. Then how we can fork somebody else directory in our repository or in our Git private space, right? So we can do it using this fork button. As soon as I will click on this fork, it is saying forking SCM Ninja starter web. It should only take few seconds. Okay, now done. Right here you can see the changes are done. Right now the name is being changed. It is saying my username, then starter web, and it is saying forked from SCM Ninja starter web. Right now this is my fork, right? Once I will go to my GitHub account and refresh it, you can see the number of repositories is basically changed. Okay, and I'm getting a starter web in my repository as well, but the sign is different. Earlier the sign was like a book, but now the sign is like a tree. It means the repository, this starter.web repository, is basically forked repository, and I'm getting the clear cut message over here, forked from this particular repository, right? Which is being created by some awesome JT, right? So this is the repository what we have forked, right? So this is what basically a starter web is a project which was created by someone else, and we have get that project in our local machine, or in our, sorry, we have get that project in our local GitHub account. Right now this project is in my GitHub account and I can do whatever I want with this particular project, right? Now we have seen how we can fork it. Now we will see how we can clone the project in our local machine, right? So till now we have seen how we can fork somebody else project in our private Git space, or how we can fork somebody else private repository in our private space. Now we will see how we can get that particular repository from Git to my local. So for that you need to click over here clone or download button, right? this is a green button, clone or download, right? You need to click here. It will open a prompt for you. It is saying clone with SSH or download the zip. I prefer the SSH option. I will click on this particular icon which is saying copy to clipboard. When I will click on this particular URL which is mentioned over here is basically copied. Okay. Now I go to my project local machine. Okay, and suppose here I will create a new folder for the Git projects, like name it projects. Okay, go to my projects, open my terminal over here. Okay, verify the directory I'm in, home, then my name, then projects. Over here I will execute a command git clone and then the URL what I have copy from my repository, and it is saying git@github.com colon my username, then project name, then git. Let me make it bigger for you. Right now you can see it is saying git clone is a command which will be used to clone the repository from GitHub to your local Git or from your to your local machine. Okay, and the URL is something git@github.com, then the username, then the project name dot git. As soon as I will press enter, it is saying cloning into starter web, and you can see a starter web project or directory is being created over here. Right now, if I run the command ls-al, ls means list the files, a means all, l means list, right? It is saying total 12 files, which are some are hidden, and starter web is also present here. I will go to the starter web and press ls, and here are some files which is present in this project what I have cloned from my GitHub repository, right? I go to outer and type git status, and it is saying, okay, sorry, I go to my project which is starter and execute the command git status. It is saying on master branch, which means I have copied it from the master branch. Your branch is up to date. The first thing origin is saying, basically origin is pointing out my git account, my GitHub account, and this is the branch. Okay, first origin means my GitHub account, basically what I have configured from my machine, then master is the branch, right? Nothing to commit, working directory clean. It means I have nothing to commit. My working directory is up to date with my git, right? So this is the way how you can basically copy uh, the code from GitHub to your account. And today we are going to discuss about a complete Git workflow. In this particular session, we will see a complete Git workflow, right? So in last session, we have already cloned this particular starter web project in my machine. So let's open a terminal over here and execute a command git status, right? Okay, execute a terminal over here. That's my mistake. And execute a command git status, right? Let's see the message and read it. It is saying on master branch, which is basically explaining the branch on which currently my Git repository is pointing out, right? Then it is saying your branch is up to date with origin master. We have already discussed it. This origin means the account of my GitHub, and this is the name of my branch on which I have cloned this particular repository, right? And it is saying nothing to commit, working directory clear, right? So this starter web is my working directory, right? Now let's do one thing. Let's create a file over here, and the file name should be anything, whatever you want. I'm going to take it test file dot txt, right? And as soon as I entered the command, you can see text file.txt file is being created over here, right? Now I will enter something in this particular file. I will enter like, or you will enter anything. You can go to Google and type for anything like today's news, right? And open up anything, whatever you want, something like this. And I copy this particular text over here, right? Copy it, go to my console, paste this text, and then provide my file name, which was textfile.txt. Press enter, okay, and everything is done. Now, if you will open this file, okay, there is something wrong with this particular command. It is saying echo this text file this. The best angle is under control. Please text file. Uh-oh, I made a mistake. Over here, I need to put this sign as well. Now enter. So as soon as you will enter the open the text file, so you will find out the text over here. See, the text is present over here, what I just entered from my console, right? So clear out this. Now what I did, basically I did some changes in my working directory. Now again execute the command git status to track the changes in your working directory. Like, and it is saying this time the message is different. It is saying on branch master, your branch up to date with this. It means my branch and my working directory, there is no difference between my branch and my working directory, right? And it is saying untracked file. Okay, it is saying untracked file and showing the file in red text over here. Also, it is saying the message as well, what we need to do to get this file in the git. It is saying nothing added to commit but untracked file present. Use git add to track, right? So it is saying the hint as well. So what I need to do to basically add this file in my git repository or add this file in my staging area, what I need to do, I need to add this file using the git add command. So very first command is git status to verify the changes between the git directory or between your working directory. Now I add the file using the command git add, then provide the file name, right? If you have more than one file, then you can either provide the file name or you simply provide the command git add space and period, like this, git add dot, right? It will add all the files which are present and add these in the git. Right now I have only one file. Enter the command, again verify the status, and the file is basically in the red color and it is saying changes to be committed. It has added the git. Now I need to commit this change. How can I commit this change? Git commit, press enter. So it will open the sublime text which we have configured in the git text editor lectures. Okay, here I can put my commit message and say committing test file, control S, control W, and alt F4, right? And it is saying committing test file, the message what I entered there, one file changed, one insertion, and create mode. This is basically my commit ID. Sorry, this is my commit ID. This is my branch, and this is the file which I have committed, right? Just clear the console and execute the command again, git status. Now it is saying on branch master, your branch is ahead of the origin master via one commit. So basically I have added my test.text file in the staging area, right? I have added that in the staging area, right? I didn't push that, sorry, I have added that in my git repository, but I didn't push that particular file on my remote repository. What is my remote repository? My remote repository is a star web repository which is present on my GitHub account, right? And the same message I am getting over here. It is saying your branch is ahead of the origin master by one commit. It means my Git is basically one commit ahead from my branch on the remote repository. So what I need to basically uh, to push this particular or to uh, push these changes on my remote repository, what I need to do, and it is saying use git push command, right? But guys, please remember, before execute git push, please execute git pull origin and your branch name, right? What command this will do? Basically, this command will fetch and download all the changes which is present inside your Git repository, Git remote repository, which is missing in your local Git repository, right? Let's suppose a test case or suppose a use case. There are 15 or 20 people which are working on a same project and they are merging their changes on the remote repository. Okay, you have get the code in the morning. Now it is possible then during the daytime many of the developers have already committed their change on the remote repository. Like if you will not get the pull from the remote repository and directly try to push on the changes on the remote repository, then now what is the condition? The remote repository branch is ahead of your branch. Okay, so Git will not allow you to push your changes on the remote repository. It will simply print a message your branch is behind from the master branch. So the pull operation is not permitted. So to get over these issues, first you need to pull the changes, right? You need to get all the changes which is present on the master branch in your local Git repository, right? As soon as I press the enter, it is saying from github.com Anshul C55, then my repository name, branch master, fetch ahead, already up to date. It's already up to date because I am the only contributor in that particular directory, right? There is no more contributor and didn't add anything over there, right? Now, what I need to do, I need to execute the command git push. Okay, let's open my GitHub as well. And you can see, let me refresh this. This is the project starter web where we are working in the local repository, right? And you can see here no text file is present till now, right? As soon as I will execute the command git push origin and then the branch name. Okay, just wait. It is saying counting object 3 done, completing, and some messages over here, right? Now I will go to my repository, GitHub repository, refresh the project, and you can see the test text file is presented over here and it is saying 4 minutes ago. Committing test file 4 minutes ago. Why it is saying 4 minutes ago? Although I just committed the changes because I have committed that particular file 4 minutes ago in my local Git repository. So it is taking that time when I committed that particular file in my local Git repository, not when I pushed the changes over the server, right? So this guys, this is the complete workflow of the Git. First, you need to check the tracked and untracked file using the git status. If there are some untracked file, then you need to add them using the git add command. Then you need to pull the changes from your master branch or from the branch on which you are working. Then you need to push your changes on the branch so that everything will be good and you will not get any merge conflict in your. How we can basically backing out the changes from Git. So we are going to discuss how we can backing out the unwanted changes from your files in Git. So to understand the complete concept, let me allow to open up my GitHub account, right? So this is my GitHub account and I need to sign into GitHub. Guys, just wait, right? And here is the repository starter hyphen web. Guys, this is the repository what we have learned in the last tutorial where we have learned about the clone and fork of the project, right? So let me allow to open the same repository in my local machine. So I need to go to my project and here is the starter.web, right? And over here I will open out my terminal, right? And I will check the status of my local repository with my GitHub account, right? So I will open up and check the status like git status, right? And it is saying on branch, your branch is up to date with the origin master. Nothing to commit, working directory clean. It means I don't have anything to commit, right? My working directory is in sync with my remote repository. Now let's find out the number of files in this particular project. So here I have a number of files. So let me allow to modify the file testfile.txt, right? So I will open up this file testfile.txt in vi editor, right? And suppose I want to insert something in this file, right? I want to insert some random text in this file. So how can I do it, right? So let me allow to go to the, or just close it and let me allow to open this particular file in sublime text. Okay, so I will execute the command sub l then the file name. So this will open up the file, right? Here is the file, right? Here is the file. Now this file have single paragraph, right? And suppose I want to add some more text in this particular file, right? So I go to Google, right? And here I will type a command dummy text. So basically I'm looking for a website which will generate the dummy text. So here's the website lorem ipsum, right? I will open it. This is the website when from where you can get the dummy text. So I will copy out this particular paragraph, right? I copy this paragraph and I go to my file and paste it over here. Paste, right? Now what I do, I basically save my file and close my file, right? Close my editor as well. Now again go to my terminal and execute the command git status. And it is saying on branch up to date, changes not staged for commit. It means this file is being modified. The file coming in the red color basically is being modified and it is inside my working directory. This is not staged. This particular file is not being staged. It means the add command is not being executed for this particular file. So whatever I do, I will add this file in my git. So git add, then file name, right? Now again execute the command git status and you can see the file color has been changed from red to green and it is saying changes to be committed. It means this particular file is moved from working directory to staged area, okay, or from working area to staged area. Now this file is basically being tracked and successfully staged in the git, right? Now what I need to do, and suppose I will open up this file again, okay, and I figure out somehow I did some mistake, okay, somehow I did some mistake and I don't want to commit this particular paragraph what I just added in this particular file. Now what I need to do, I need to basically I need to back out the changes. So how can we back out the changes? So first let me allow to clear my console and I will again execute the command git status, right? Over here you are getting a message, a hint message. See, it is saying use git reset head then file to unstage. If you want to move some file from stage area to unstage area, then you need to execute this command, right? And we want the same. We want to back out the file from stage area to working directory. So I will execute the command git reset head then my file name, right? Execute the command. Unstage changes after reset and the file name. Now I will again execute the command git status and you can see the file is again in the red color, which means this file is removed from the stage area and moved to the working directory. Now this file have the changes but this file is still not staged in the git, right? Let me clear out the console and again open that file. and I can see the second paragraph is still here. You can see the second paragraph is still here. It means the file is moved from stage area to unstage area, but the changes are still there. Now what I need to do, suppose I need to remove these changes as well. So again execute the command git status. Guys, this is the beauty of the git. It will always show you the path, what you need to do next, right? And here it is saying, here I have the two options for this particular file. Either I can add that particular file and stage into the stage area. Otherwise, here's the second command. And read out the command. Use git checkout hyphen hyphen file name, okay, to discard changes in the working directory. It means this file have some changes. If you want to discard these, then you need to execute this command. So I will execute git checkout hyphen hyphen then file name. And what is my file name? This name. Executed the command. Okay. Again open that particular file. See, the changes has gone. Now it has only single paragraph, which was basically present at earlier, right? Now my changes which are made in this particular file has been removed. If I will again execute the command git status, then it is saying your branch is up to date, nothing to commit, working directory clean. Guys, this is the way how you can basically move the file to the stage area. Then you can move the file from stage area to again working directory, and in the working directory you can uh, discard the changes what you have done in the last add or in the last commit, right? Last session we have already seen about the renaming and moving the files. Today we are going to discuss how we can delete the file in Git. So to get started, let me allow to open that starter web project in my terminal. Okay, so here is my terminal, and to track the changes in the Git, I will execute the command git status. So it is saying renamed this. Before starting the deletion, I will commit the untracked changes, right? Okay, now again execute the git status and say my working directory is all clear, right? Now suppose I want to basically delete some file, so I'll go to the directory which I have created in last tutorial, which is level 1, level 2, level 3, right? And here I have two files. I have two files, the level 2 hyphen file.txt, level 3.txt, right? Suppose I want to delete this file level 3.txt. So I will execute the command git rm, then the file name level 3.txt, right? Enter the command and it is saying rm level 1, level 2, level 3 and level 3.txt. It is so basically it is showing the complete path of the file. Okay, I will execute the command git status. Okay, and it is saying deleted operation level 3.txt. Okay, which means the changes is being done in the staging area. You can see the complete text is visible in the green color. Once I will go to my operating system and open up the file in my working directory, and you can see the file is basically missing over here, right? The level 3 is not present over here. Now suppose I want to revert the changes. So how can I revert the changes? So I have the command, we have already discussed about it, git reset head, then the file name. Okay, level 3, sorry, level 3 dot txt. Guys, be specific when you're executing this command. If you will make any typo error in this particular command, this definitely Git will throw you exception or some kind of error, because that file for which you are executing this command is basically don't exist in the Git, right? So once I execute the command git reset, it is saying unstaged changes after reset and d then this file. If I will go to my operating system and refresh, go to level 3, then level 3. See, the file is not being present over here. Level 2 file.txt is only present over here, but level 3 is basically not present over here. Once I will execute the command git status, it is saying file deleted. Level 3.txt is being deleted. So basically what is happening, when you are restoring the file in the git, then it is not basically changing the file in your file system, right? It is not adding the file in your file system. It is just adding the file in that particular staging area. Okay, git is just basically restoring the staging area. When you are removing the file from the git, okay, it is removing the file from the staging area plus from your file system as well. But when you are restoring the changes, it is not restoring by default on your file system. So what we need to do to restore the file on the file system, I need to execute the command git checkout, then hyphen hyphen space file name level 3 dot txt. Okay, this is the command we have already discussed about. This command, execute this, and you can see the file is being present over here. Okay, press ls and you can see the file 2 and file 3 is basically being presented over here. Okay, so this is the way how basically you can delete the file in the git and you can restore the file in the git. Okay, now suppose we basically want to basically delete the file from the operating system itself. Okay, how we can delete the file from the operating system, and then we can basically want to retrieve that particular file from our git repository. So how we can perform this particular kind of operations. So suppose I'm going to delete this particular file level3.txt from here. Okay, I have deleted the particular file from my operating system. Okay, I go to my git console and execute the command git status. It is saying deleted level file 3, right? Now, when you are deleting from the operating system directly, it is not showing, it is in the green. Okay, it is not showing in the staging area. It is directly showing in the basically in the working directory. Okay, the message is being printed in the green, in the red color. Okay, so it means these kind of changes is basically done in the working directory. Okay, but these are missing in the staging area. Once I will execute the command git add, okay, and execute the command git status, now this is being detected in the staging area. So guys, this is the difference when you are basically using the git delete from the operating system level or the file manager, and when you are basically performing the delete from the git level, okay, from the git command. Okay, so that's all how we can delete the file from the git. Okay, if you want, then you can push these changes. Okay, let me explain one more concept. Okay, let me go to the upper level directory. Now execute the command pwd. So you can see I'm in the starter web project. Suppose I want to delete the files recursively. Okay, if I want to delete multiple files, okay, if I want to delete multiple files or multiple directories, then how can I delete it? So you can execute the command git rm space hyphen rf and your directory name. So suppose I want to delete the complete level 1. Okay, level 1. Hyphen rf means, r means recursive, f means forcefully. Okay, so it will delete all things from the level 1. Execute the command. Okay, it is saying rm level 1 file 2, rm this. Execute the command git status, and it is saying these all files are being deleted. Level 1 file, level 1, level 2, level 3, level 2 file, level 1, level 2, level 3 files. Okay, if I want to change, I want to commit these changes, I can execute the command git commit. Okay, enter the message deleting or deletion recursively. Okay, and save this file. Okay, and close this. Right, close this as well. Right, it is saying 3 files change, 0 insertion, 0 deletion, deleted mode this. Okay, execute the command get status. Oh, get status, and everything is working. Everything is basically my current project directory is in sync with my remote directory, right? So this is the way how basically you can delete a single file in the Git, and you can delete the files in the recursive manner. We can rename and move files in the Git, right? So we are going to discuss these two things. First, we will see how we can rename the file in Git, and second, we will see how we can move the files in a Git from repository to repository, right? So to get the real life example, let me allow to go to my project, which is this starter web, and open up terminal over here, right? So here I have opened up the terminal. So suppose here I'm going to create some directory, and I'm going to create some directory like level 1, right? And say ls. So I have the level 1 directory over here, right? See, so I need to go to this directory, level 1 directory, and here I will create a file, say level 1 hyphen text or hyphen file dot txt, right? ls, the file is here, you can see it is being listed, and here I will create another directory and mkdir and directory name level 2, right? Go to the level 2 directory, and here create a new file, touch, and say level 2 hyphen file dot txt, right? ls, you can say the file is listed over here, and here I will create another directory which is level 3, right? And go to the level 3, and here create another file, level file, okay, level 3 file dot txt, right? So I have done this much of work. Let me go to the base directory, okay, starter web, and execute the command git status, right? So clear, and again execute the command git status. So guys, here it is saying your branch is up to date, untracked files, but here I'm not getting the recursive files. You can see I have created the recursive projects, recursive directory over here, and then the file, but it is just showing me the first level directory, right? So we have already seen these things, but we are going to learn these things one more time, right? So how we can add the changes recursively in Git, right? So Git add, and then enter the period, okay, or dot sign, just execute, and again execute the command git status, and it is saying, see, the all files are being added, and they all are being added recursively. Level 1 file, level 1, level 2, then level 2 file, level 1, level 2, level 3, then level 3 file, right? They all are being edited, added over here, right? So I'm going to git commit these changes, right? And say adding files recursively, right? And git push origin master, right? So all is done, right? If I will go to my directory and refresh my GitHub project, say level 1 is here, and my message is over here. Level 1 have the level 1 file and the level 2 directory, and level 2 directory have the level 2 file and level 3 directory, and level 3 directory have that file, right? So this is all set. So we are all set to basically execute our basic commands to rename and move, right? So again, go to terminal and clear the terminal and execute the command git status, right? So nothing is being done, sorry, nothing is being to changed, right? Now I will go to my directory, right? I will go to level 1, then level 2, then level 3, right? And over here I will execute the command ls, and over here I have only one file, which is level 3 hyphen file.txt. And suppose I want to rename this file, so using the git you can execute it, git mv, then the file name which you want to rename, and then the new file name, right? Suppose I want to rename it with level 3 file, right? Like this, right? I want to remove this hyphen. I execute the command, right? And say ls. So see, the file is being removed, okay? But when I basically execute the command git status, then it is saying your branch is up to date, committed, changes to be committed, and it is saying renamed. And this was the file name, and this is the new file name. It means this particular file is renamed from this particular name to this particular name, right? Although guys, we can also do it with the help of operating system commands, with the help of terminal commands, we can with the help of command prompts. Okay, we can do it, we can rename the file in multiple ways. But why I am basically why I prefer this way, if I want to rename something in the git and in the git project, then why I prefer this way. Okay, so the first thing, basically here you will get a complete operation what you have done, right? It is saying renamed this to this. Suppose the same operation we have did using operating system, right? And I again go to level 2, level 3, and I basically renamed this file and save this file with my name, right? And again go to my terminal, execute the command git status. See, now there is two changes. It is saying deleted this, and it is in the green color, which means in the working directory. Okay, it is not saying in the staging area, it is saying in the working directory in the green color. And it is saying untracked file unsure.txt. When I renamed the file using git, it simply renamed it in the working directory as well as in the staged area. Okay, but when I'm doing the same thing using the operating system, then it is accepting the complete process in two process. First, it is deleting the directory from the working directory, right? Then sorry, it is deleting the file from the working directory, and it is assuming there is new file being added in that particular directory with the new name, right? So this is the way, and this is the reason why basically I avoid to rename the file using the operating system in the git, right? Now what I need to do, I need to again rename this particular file with the same name, which is level 3 file, right? And again execute the command git status. So it is saying deleted this level 3 files and added this, right? So we have seen how we can untrack these changes. So I need to execute the command git, or I simply execute the command git add. Okay, clear, and execute the command git status, right? So we are again back to our previous situation. So guys, this is the difference between when you are basically renaming the file with the git and renaming the file with the os, right? So when you are renaming the file from the git, so basically git is changing the file name in the working directory as well as in the staging area, right? But whenever you are doing the rename operation from the operating system, then git is assuming there are two operations being performed. First, the deletion of the existing file and the addition of the new file, right? So this is basically a difference when you are doing the same operation from git and from the os, right? And the same case with the move. Suppose I want to move this file in my another directory, right? So I need to execute the command git mv, then file name, and then the directory name. So suppose I want to execute in the label 2, right? Again execute the command git status, and it is saying renamed this to this. Okay, when I again execute the ls, here is label 2 only, right? I go to over here and execute the command ls, so it is saying label 2 files and label 3 files. Okay, okay, there is one mistake. I made a mistake over here. So again execute the command git mv label 3 file dot txt, right? Fatal bad. Okay, cd label 3. First I need to go to label 3, then execute this command and execute the command git status, right? So we are back to our situation. Okay, so now ls. So we have this command. I need to rename this. So git mv label 2 rename to label 3.txt, right? ls git commit. Okay, enter your commit message over here, which is renaming file. Okay, save and close, right? This was the previous editor. Okay, execute the command git status. Say the basically working directory is clean. Now I will go to my label 2 directory. Okay, right? So pwd. So now I'm in my label 2 directory. Clear the console, right? Now suppose I want to move my file. So here is the file. Let me, so here is only one file, which is label 2 underscore file.txt. So we have a command git mv, the file name label 2 and the folder where you want to basically move it. So suppose I want to move this file in label 3. Okay, execute ls. See, the file is being moved to label 3. If I will go to label 3 and execute the command ls, so say here is two files, the label 2 file.txt and label 3.txt. Execute the command git status. I'm saying it is saying renamed this file to this. If I will go to above directory and again execute the command git status, then it is saying renamed this to this. It means this was the file, but this was renamed to this. It means the slash is over here. It means the file is moved to over here, right? So guys, this is the way how basically you rename the file, how basically you move the file. If you move the same file using your operating system, then again Git will assume this particular operation in a two operations. First, it will delete the file from your current directory and add a new file in your child directory, right? So this is the difference in moving and renaming the file from the OS and Git, and how Git basically behave when you will perform these operation with the Git and with the OS as well. So thank you guys, thanks for your time. In the coming lecture we will see some more interesting things like about the Git history, Git alias and few other commands. Till then, please practice what you have learned till now, and we will see some new commands and deal with the Git history, how we can find out the history of the commits and history of the files and all, right? So we will start uh, this particular command git log. Okay, so command to verify the last commit, we have the command you in the git we can verify the command, we can verify the commits which we have done in the past using the git log, right? So for this, let me allow to go to my directory, which is my project directory, right? So here I have the project starter.web, okay, which we are in sync with the remote directory. I will open up my terminal over here and I simply execute the command. Suppose before going deep into the uh, uh, log command, let's find out some options in the git log. Okay, so we will execute the git help log. So it will display all the options which is available with the log command in Git, right? So here is a long list. Okay, so git-log show commits log, git log and options, revision range, path, options, follow, no, decorate, print out the ref names of any commit, source, use mail map, full diff, log size. There's a lot of things, okay, and you need to press Q to get out of this particular page, okay. If you want to open this in your basically your Sublime, then you can execute like this, uh, sub git help log. Okay, it is not opening anything. Okay, let's leave it. Okay, suppose I want to find out the number of commits which I have done, so I will execute the command git log, right? As soon as I will press the enter, you can see you are getting all the messages over here. The command, the commits you have done. Okay, so you are getting all the commits over here, and it is saying April 3, then time, April 3, then time, April 3, and then time. You can see the last commit is displaying at first and in the recursive manner. Okay, you can see all the commits messages over here, right? So this command is basically showing three things. First, it is showing commit, okay, and then the commit ID. This is a long string which is basically called commit ID, and in Git we can call it hash. Okay, we can call it commit hash because it is a hash value of that particular commit. Okay, then the author who committed, okay, the time when the commit is being done, okay, and the commit message. So in with every commit we are getting four things. First we are getting the commit hash, then we are getting the author who done this commit, then the date and the message. Basically guys, this information is quite important. Okay, currently I'm only the working person with this particular project, but when I'm working in the organization there are 600 developers who are working on the same project, right? There are more than 600, more than 6, more than 5, more than 2, more than, there could be n number of developers or n number of people who are working on the same project, and you want to find out which commit is being done by which user, then definitely this is the most simplest way to find out the information of the commit. Okay, once you go down, okay, so you can see you are getting the all the information. Okay, press Q to exit from this particular command. Okay, clear out the console. Now suppose we want some more informative, we want the log information in some more informative way. So we have further command git log one line graph decorate, graph. See, here you are getting the commits in some more informative way. Okay, I will explain all these things. Okay, so one line means we basically want one line commit. Okay, we want one line message. Graph, it will display the pictorial information or the pictorial information of all the branches. Okay, in this particular project I have only branch, master branch, but if you have more than one branch, then definitely this will show you the pictorial information of all the branches. Okay, from which branch to which branch commit is being processed, which branch is merged with which branch, and which branch is check out with which branch. There's a lot of information you can get this particular graph. And decorate means decorate that particular pattern. Okay, so here is the commit ID, and you can see this is very short form of the commit, which is just a 7 character, okay, 7-digit character. Okay, so this is the first 7 digit of this particular hash, which is basically a commit hash. Okay, then head master. Okay, and this is the message. Okay, then hash, then obviously this is on the master branch, then message, and master branch on message, and here we are getting origin master and origin head. So basically here we did something, okay, or we basically added from our working repository to the uh, remote repository. Okay, we are added from origin head to origin master. right? And here are some other changes as well which we have done. So guys, this is the more informative way. If you want the things in a shorter way, then definitely you can use this command. Okay, let me find out a few things for you. So how we can basically perform the date based search. Okay, suppose you want to search the commits which was processed in last 1 day or last 2 day, then how can you execute this? So we have a command git log hyphen hyphen since equals to double quote, and suppose I want to find out the commits performed in last 2 days, so 2 days ago. So it will display all the a list of all the commits which is being performed in last 2 days, right? It is being performed in last 2 days. So I just performed these commits in last 2 days, right? If I will increase the number, then most probably I will get some more information last 12 days. So see, I'm getting the 18th March commit as well, then 3rd April, then 3rd April, then 3rd April, right? Now suppose I want to perform something like, okay, let me clear out this console and let me find out number of files in my project. So here these are the files which I have in my project, and suppose I want to find out all the changes which I have done on any particular file or in any particular directory. So you remember last we modified this test file.txt, right? So I will execute the command git log and then hyphen hyphen and file name. Okay, test file dot txt. Oh, unrecognized hyphen hyphen c. There is only one command. There is only one commit which is being done on this particular file. This is the commit ID. Okay, and commit is made by Anshul Chauhan on Wednesday 28th, right? This is basically there is only one commit which is being done on this particular file. Okay, and basically I have deleted that level 1, level 2, level 3 last tutorial. Otherwise I will show you the complete history. If I will perform, I have performed on that particular level 1, level 2 and level 3, right? And suppose I want to get the details of any commit. Suppose I want to get the details of any commit, I want to get the details of this particular commit, then I have the command git show and you need to provide the commit ID. Uh-oh. You need to provide this commit ID. If you will provide first 7 or 6 character, then that will be sufficient for Git as well. So the first 6 7 characters are 367 676 triple E ambiguous argument. Okay, and I need to provide complete ID. So I copy this and paste it over here. Just enter. So it is saying basically it is showing the complete history of this particular commit. It is showing the author is this, date is this, committing test file, okay, and diff get test file this, and this is the difference. Basically this particular test or this particular modification is being done on this particular file. Okay, this particular modification is being done on this particular file. So guys, this is the way how you can basically find out the commits which you have done, the commits which you have done over a period of time, the commits which you have done on a particular file, the commits which you have done uh, on any project or any directory, right? So this is the way how you can find out, how you can deal with the log in the log. Okay, if you want to learn more about the git logs, then here is the command git log. Okay, git help log. Okay, so here is a list of commands. Basically you can see here is a long list of commands. So guys, you can try these commands. You can find out any number of commands which is specifically for you and which you can use in your project, and you can learn with these commands from yourself, right?
Welcome back. Welcome to DevOps training. And today we are going to discuss about the Git alias. So in this particular training session, we will see how we can basically create the aliases in Git. Okay, how we can create the shorter way for long commands, right? So for that, I need to switch to my directory, right? and over here I have a project starter web, so I will open it and open up my terminal over here, right? So till now we have seen few commands, right? In last session we have seen a command git log. So suppose we have a command like this, git log hyphen hyphen all hyphen hyphen graph, right? Hyphen hyphen decorate hyphen hyphen one line, right? Once I will, there is a typo error. Let me figure out, right? So once I will enter this command, I'm getting output like this. Okay, so you can see here I am getting all the commits, right? And it's in the graph manner. I am getting the strings over here and the commit ID, and they all are decorated in single line, right? Now suppose I want to basically create the alias of this command. Suppose you want to get these kind of outputs every time or very frequently in your working day, then definitely this is a painful area for you to type the complete command, and there should be some kind of typo error as I have previously, or you might be not interested to type the complete command, right? So what is the way to get rid of these kind of issues? So the way we can avoid these kind of issues is we can create the alias of this particular command in Git, so that when we will use our alias the shorter way, then definitely this particular command will execute and we will get the desired output, right? So for this, what we need to do, we need to basically update the configuration. Okay, we need to update the configuration file. Okay, so to create alias, add alias at git global configuration so that I can use it. Okay, so how can I basically update the configuration, right? So there's a way. Type a command git, okay, let me clear it out. Type a command git config, right, global. After then put alias dot the shorter way, what you want for this particular command, the shorter word or the way you want for this particular command, you need to type that word. Okay, so I'm going to type suppose history, right, space, then I need to provide hyphen hyphen over here, then I need to provide the complete command. Okay, but we need to skip the git part, we just need to provide the command. So the command is log hyphen hyphen all hyphen hyphen graph, right, hyphen hyphen decorate hyphen hyphen one line, right? So this is the command. So we are basically editing the configuration file. We are saying git config global level alias, we are using some alias over here. Okay, and this is the alias what we are using, the history is the alias what we are using for this command, right? And please make sure you are not mentioning git over here, right? Press enter. Okay, now type the command git history. See, I'm getting the same output, right? I'm getting the same output. Earlier this basically this output was not present, right? Earlier with this command, the git history, this output was not present or not possible because this history command was not available in the git, right? So what we have did, we just created the alias of this particular command with this particular history command. Now git history command is available for me in my git repository, in my git project, right? Suppose I want to add this particular command, suppose I did some mistake, now I want to edit this particular command, then how can I do it? Okay, so open your configuration file in your text editor. Okay, so I'm using the Sublime, so I'm going to use the Sublime. If you are using Notepad, then we have already seen how we can use the, you are using the Notepad++ on Windows, then we have already seen how we can use the Notepad++ to edit the files in Git. If you are using mate in Mac, then you simply type mate, then the file name as I am typing. So Sublime /dot git config, right? See, over here I am getting the alias, this is the alias and this is the command. And suppose now I don't want this particular graph. I want to avoid this particular feature, right? I don't want this graph. So simply save your file, close your file, close your editor as well, okay, and execute the command git history again. See, that asterisk part is missing. Earlier that asterisk part and a simple graph was available with my command. See over here, that asterisk part is available over here. Now that asterisk part is missing in my command, which means the command is being modified. Okay, clear out the console, and suppose I want to again add that particular part, right? So I will again open the file and add that part over here, like save the file, close the file, and close the terminal as well, right? Execute the command git history again, and see, I'm getting the same output. So guys, this is the way how basically you can basically update, or how you can basically create the alias in the git. Okay, you can create more than one alias in the git. I just show you the way how you can basically create the aliases in the git. So we will see, if we have a git repository and suppose we have some files which we don't want to include in our git project, then how can we exclude these files, right? So first we will see all the hidden files in our git repo. So I'll go to my project. Okay, here is my project, and here we are working on the start.web. Okay, I will open up my terminal over here, and suppose we want to list out all the files which are present in this particular repository. So what is the command for this? So we will use ls-a. -a means list all, right? Once I execute, you can see over here I'm getting all the files. The files like .git and .htaccess is also here. Dot means these files are hidden. So if you search these files over here, then these files are not visible on the file manager, right? These files are hidden. htaccess is not here and .git is not here, right? So now suppose we have a file over here, like we are creating a file, like touch, and say we are creating a file, test file.txt, right? So you can say the file is present over here. Now test file.txt is over here, right? Now what I don't want to include that particular file in my project. Okay, I don't want to include that particular file in my project. I want this file should be excluded from my project, right? Now what can I do? What can I do to avoid these kind of files to commit in my project? Okay, so for this I need to create a hidden directory in my git project which is called git ignore, right? I need to create a hidden directory in my project which is create git ignore, right? Sorry, I need to create a hidden file which is called git ignore. So I will use sublime then .git ignore, right? Over here I have created the git ignore file. Now let me allow to explain what is the basic structure of the git ignore file. Okay, so git ignore file patterns are like this. If you want to specify any file over here, then it will exclude that file at runtime, right? Suppose I have created the test file.txt. Now let me make it clear and execute the command git status. Git status. Say it is saying git test file .txt is basically present over here. Now suppose this is a file, and after that you can basically, once you will add all the files, then you need to, if you want to avoid this file, then you need to basically check out that file, right? You need to make that file and add that file in the exclusion, right? Now what I need to do, suppose if I want to avoid some files every time when I will add all the files recursively, then what I need to do, I need to basically add these files in my git ignore repository, right? So sublime dot git ignore. Oh, not ignore, it's git ignore. And I need to mention that file over here, and please be specific with the name. Okay, the name should be correct. Okay, just save the window, close the git ignore, and close your sublime text editor, right? Execute the command git status, or before status execute the command ls-al, and you can see the git ignore is basically added over here, right? Git ignore is basically added over here. Now I will clear my console and execute the command git status. Now see, it is saying the git ignore is being added and it has removed that file which I mentioned in the git ignore, right? It has removed that file which I mentioned in the git ignore. You can see over here. Now what I need to do, I need to basically add this git ignore. So I add git dot git ignore and commit git commit. It will open up the text editor and say adding git ignore to exclude unwanted files, right? I will close this, close the file and close the terminal, right? And I have my commit is being done, right? Now if I will execute git status and see, my directory is basically clean, my working directory is basically clean, but I have that file present over here and this file is still not committed, right? This file is still not committed and this file is present over here. Now suppose I do some things. Suppose here is a you can see here is an HTML index file. Okay, I will open it. Then you can see this is saying hello world and project name and all, right? This is the HTML file, right? What I do basically, suppose this file is basically being accessed from the Apache server, right? And what I do, I create some log files over here. Okay, I create some log files over here. Okay, so I create some log files over here like access log. Okay, and here I mentioned some log files like status 200 HTTP access 200 MK TSP 300, and suppose we are getting some dummy log over here or some log which is being generated from your Apache server is being generated over here, right? I simply close it, okay, and close the terminal. Now suppose if I will execute the ls, then it will say the access log is being present over here, right? This file is being present over here, right? I will execute the command git status and it can see the access log is being untracked. Okay, the access log is being untracked. Now what I want to avoid all logs file from my project, okay, from my git repo. Then how can I remove all the log files? Okay, suppose I create another log file and say sublime say error.log. Right, and error in the error.log I mentioned some error like authent error response code is 400 and say not able to connect to server, and say some more errors like stale element reference and suppose array out of bound index, and we are getting n number of logs over here, right? We are getting n number of logs over here. Now I'm completely save it, and close the terminal, right? Now if I will execute git status, it simply mentioned there is two files which is untracked. Now what I want to avoid all logs files is committed in my git repo. Then how can I do it? I will open my git ignore, right, and add the pattern over here like asterisk dot log. It means avoid all files which have .log extension, right? I simply save it, close the terminal, right? Execute the command git status, and you can see it is saying just a one modification which is in git ignore. It is not accessing, or it is not providing you the modified files or the edit files access log and error log, right? I simply do the same thing, git add -am message edit login git ignore. Right, now I have added that. So git status, see I am on working directory. So guys, this is the way and this is the pattern. If suppose you want to add a folder, a complete directory in your ignore file, you want to ignore all the files which is present in a complete directory, then you can mention the folder and slash after that, okay, in your git ignore file. So git will ignore all the files which is present in that particular directory, right? So this is the way how basically we can ignore the files and unwanted files from a git repository. So thank you.
Comparison in Git. So we will see how we can set up the comparison project for the Git, right? So let's move to the GitHub repository. So this was the GitHub repository which we was using. This was the starter web project. Okay, we have already set up all the things in our local. So I will move to my local machine, right? Here's the starter web project, and I will open my terminal over here, right? Let's open the terminal over here, and let's make it a white like this. Cool. So let's count the number of files which is present inside this particular project. So you can see the 404 HTML, cross domain XML, favicon icon, humans text, which we have inserted earlier, right? So the file is missing, some file is missing, which is a readme.md file, which is the by default git file. Okay, git format file is missing over here. So what I will do, I will create a file named readme.md, right? So touch readme.md, right? Do ls, and you can see the readme.md file is here, right? Now what I will do, I will insert some text or some dummy values in this particular file, right? So I will open my subline and open the readme.md in it, right? And suppose over here I will put something like starter web project, and I will put some heading over here, say introduction. Again, put some other headings like Git and GitHub training, and I will put some material, some raw data over here like this is okay. We will discuss it later, right? So I have put this much of work, right? Now press Ctrl S to save the file, press Ctrl W to close the file, press Ctrl Q to close the sublime text, right? ls. See, the readme.md is here. Now I will see is there anything inside the readme.md or not, right? So I will put get readme.md. So it is basically printing the content of the readme.md file, and this content is basically present inside the readme.md, right? Clear the console. Now let's see the differences. So put git status, right? And it is showing the file is modified. Readme.md file is modified, right? So it is showing in the red color. You can clearly see the difference over here, right? So first we can compare the things. So I will go and I will add this file, git add, and the file name, right? Again put the git status, and you can see the color is changed. It is moved to the staging area, right? From a working directory, the file is moved to the staging area, so the color is in green. Okay, I will commit the file, git commit -m adding readme, right? This is the comment, done, and push the file, git push origin master, right? Just wait. Done. You can see this is the commit hash and master to master. Now I'll go to my repository, refresh my browser over here, right? Go to my readme.md file. So you can see the file is 29 seconds ago. The file is created 29 seconds ago. And this is the comment what I have adding readme. Okay, and this is the file. I will open the file and you can see the text is here. This was the text which we have inserted. A starter web project, introduction, Git and GitHub training, right? Again go to my terminal, right? And clear my terminal. Open the readme.md file, right? And inserted some other text over here, like this is Git project, right? Which we are using as sample project, right? In the introduction, I will put a lot of lectures are already submitted, right? And in GitHub training, I'm putting this is the famous and one of the best training course of DevOps, right? I will save my content, close my file, close the Sublime, and again put the get status, right? So you can see the file is modified. I'm getting the file in the modified way. Again put git add and add the file, right? Git commit and -m and the message say adding text, right? Git push origin master. The push is done, right? You can see the hash is here in master to master. Again, I will go to my browser, okay, where my file is present, and you can say the 3 minutes ago the file is updated 3 minutes ago. I will refresh it. I will refresh it. Just wait, and it is saying 30 seconds ago. See, the file is updated 30 seconds ago. And you can see the training content what I have added over in my readme.md file is basically present over here. The Git project which are using as a sample project, a lot of lectures are already submitted. This is the famous and one of the best training course of DevOps. So guys, this is the way basically how you can uh, move the file. Okay, so we have set up a sample project for the comparison. In the coming tutorials we will discuss about the few comparisons, and we will see how we can compare the files, compare the branches, compare the paths and all, right? So thank you. So let's move to the project. We are working on this project, and let's open a terminal over here and find pwd. So you can see over right here I'm inside my home, Anshul, projects and starter web. This is the same project on which we are working, right? And over here if I will put ls, so these are the files which we have over here in the ls. So let me allow to open readme.md file, right? So first we will see what we have in the readme.md file. So this is the content of the readme.md file: starter web project, this is git project which we are using for as a sample, then introduction, then git and github learning, right? Let's open the file in Sublime, right? And enter a few more things over here. Suppose I'm entering hash hash and say get comparison, and over here see adding get comparisons lecture, right? Then save it, close the file, close the terminal, right? Enter get status. See, it is showing the file in the red color. It means the file has been modified. It is also showing your branch is up to date with the origin master. Changes are not staged or committed. It means there is the difference between the working directory and the staging area. It is showing me the file name which is being modified, but it is not showing anything like what is modified in this particular file. What is the change have post or have done in this particular file, right? So how we can identify, how we can see the change which is done in this particular file? So clear the console. So there is a command git diff, diff. This is the command which we can use to find out the differences between the working directory and the staging area, right? Git diff, press enter. See, it is showing readme.md, right? See over here, it is showing like this. This is the famous and one of the best training course of DevOps, and you can say new line, no new line add of this file, and we are getting few lines in the green color. So it means these are the lines which is basically plus or plus plus, it is showing which is basically added, and this line hyphen minus, it means this line is being changed. See, right? So using this way you can find out the differences between the staging area and the working area, right? Let's clear the console and put ls, and there's one more file called human.txt, you can see over here. Let's open it, and over here do some changes, like I'm going to add a new technology, css3. Instead of css3 I will say css5, css3, and say angular, and jQuery modernizer, and say Ajax, right? I will close this, close the file, close the terminal. Now again put the git status. So it is showing two files are being modified, two files are being changed. So there are two files in which I have the change in the working directory and the staging area, right? I will clear the console and execute git diff, right? Now let's see what is showing. It is showing the changes in the readme.md file, right? Plus the changes in the humans.txt file as well. See, okay, let me close wide the terminal. See, the changes in the readme.md file over here you can see, and changes in the human text dot file as well, and it is showing this is being changed. HTML CSS3 is being modified to HTML CSS3 Angular. jQuery modulizer is modified to jQuery modernizer Ajax, right? So these are the changes I have done. So using the git diff, you can find out the changes in the working directory and the staging area, right? Git diff humans.txt, right? If you want to verify the changes in any specific file, then you can use the command git diff and then the file name, and it will show you only the changes of that particular file. Okay, you can see earlier we was getting the changes of the readme.md file, and we were also getting the changes of the human.txt file, right? But right now, with the as I have specified the file, I'm getting the changes which I have done inside the human.txt as well, txt only, right? There's no other changes, right? You can see over here, right? If I will put git add and add all files recursively, git status, see the both file is been moved to the staging area. Now if I will put git diff, see the no change, because I have moved my files, the changed file or modified file from a working directory to my staging area. So right now there is no change in these particular files. See, so guys, this is the way how we can basically verify the changes between the working directory, and let's see how we can compare the working directory with the repository itself, right? So let's move to the project. This is the project which we are using. Okay, open the terminal, clear the console, and run command pwd. So you can see I'm actually inside the home, unshul, projects, and a starter underscore web project. This is the project on which we are working, right? Now let's do git status, right? So these are the files, these are the two files which we have modified earlier, right? Now again modify the readme.md file, okay? And so that we can have some file, modified file in my uh, working directory. Open this, and over here I'm adding like hash hash, say GitHub content comparison with repo, right? Close, quit the terminal, get a status. See, the file is modified. Right now I have the file in my working directory which is being modified, right? Now I need to compare this particular working directory with my repository. So how can I do it? Uh, how can I compare my working directory with my repository? So there's a command git diff, we have already discussed about it, and head, H-E-A-D. So it will compare your working directory with your last commit. See, once I did it, it is showing these are the changes. The first change in the readme.md file, and these are the changes. These are the new lines in the green color which is being added over here, and the second change in the human.txt file, which is the red lines which are being removed and the green line which is being added. So using git diff head, you can compare your current working directory with your repository, right? So basically what head is doing, head, using the head you are comparing your current working directory with the last commit, right? If you want to compare any specific file, then you can do it. Clear, right? And say git diff head and specific file. So you can see over here I'm getting the specific content on a specific file which I mentioned in my comment. Oh, sorry, in my command. Okay, I'm not getting the content, modified content of the human.txt, right? So this is the way how you can compare your working directory with your repository. That's how we can compare the staging area with the repository, right? So let's move to the project we are working. So we are working on the starter web project. Okay, over here I have the terminal, clear the terminal, run pwd. So you can see right now I'm the home, Anshul, projects and starter.web, which is my project on which we are working, right? So we have already modified some things. Okay, so execute the command get status. So you can see something is in green. It means these are in the staging area, right? Now my job is to compare the staging area with the repository, right? So we have already seen some commands like git diff. We have seen the git diff head. Now we are comparing the staging area with the repository. So the command would be git diff hyphen hyphen staged and head, right? This is the command git diff diff space hyphen hyphen staged space head. Once I press the enter, so you can see over here I'm getting the difference. So these the text in the green is being added in the file which is readme.md. You can see the plus minus over here, and this is the file. The text in the green is being added in the file which is human.txt, right? So you can see git comparison over in the last in the working directory. I have a different file. If I will open Sublime and open readme.md, so you can see over here I have github.content as well, but the same is not being displayed over here because the git file is not being committed yet. Sorry, the git file is not being added yet. Sorry, the readme.md file is not being added yet. So if I will put git status, see the file is in red, right? So clear out the console and add the file git add readme.md. Now again execute the command git diff or say git status. See, no file is in red, so I have pushed all my working directory with the to the staging area. Now execute the command git diff hyphen hyphen staged head. See, a new line is being added over here, the git content, which was not present earlier, right? So this is the way how you can compare your staging area with the head. If you want to compare any specific file that is present in the staging area and also present in the directory, then you can use the command like this git diff hyphen hyphen staged head, then the file name, like we are comparing the humans text. See, this is the change which is being present in the staging area but is missing in the repository, right? So guys, this is the way how we can compare the working directory with the staging area, how we can compare the staging area with the repository, how we can compare the repository with the working directory itself, right? So we have seen few kind of comparisons. In the coming tutorial we will see a few more kind of comparisons. Then we'll move to the discuss about the comparison of the commits. So we will see how we can compare two different commits in Git. So this is the project on which we are working. Let's open the terminal, right? So we are on the same directory. To verify, press command pwd and you can see home Anshul projects starter web, right? So we have already discussed if you want to see the commit history, then how we can find the commit history. We have already discussed these things in the earlier tutorials. So command is git log hyphen hyphen one line, right? See, these are the commits which I have done. It is showing some previous commits, right? Now I want to basically these are the commits and these are the commit messages which I have done. Now I want to see the difference between two commits, right? I want to see the difference between previous two commits. So suppose I want to see the difference between this commit and this commit, right? So how can I get it? To use the command git diff the commit ID, right? Paste it over here, space and another commit ID on which you want to find the difference, right? Paste it over here. See,
It is showing this is the difference between these two commits. The deleted file mode, indexed this, deleted file this, and this, and this, and all. There is a lot of things, right? If I will see the difference between two next commits, like some more files, like the difference between this and this, right? Oh, I will copy this, paste it over here. So this will show the difference between that and this particular commit. So you can see the deletion and the addition is going on. These two files are being changed. The text file .txt and the .log file is being changed, starter web and all these things. I'm getting the differences between these two commits, right? Let's clear out the console. So this is the way how can you basically verify, how can you get the differences between the two commits. Okay, now suppose you want to get the difference between the latest, between the head and the last one commit, right? So the command is git diff head and head and caret character. Where is the caret character? Over here, right? So this is the head and head minus one, means last commit and last to last commit. Press enter. So this is being done. This particular line is being added and this is being removed, right? Only the readme file is being changed in the last and last to last commit, right? You can see the git status. So there are files in the staging area. I will commit this file, git add, oh, git add dot git commit minus m message, and then provide the message like adding text in readme, right? Git push origin master could not resolve the hostname github.com. Uh-oh, there's some problem with my internet connectivity. Let me give it some time. I will fix my internet connectivity first. Let's again push the changes. So git push origin master, press enter, and you can see the changes are being done, right? Clear the console and again execute the command git diff head and head minus one. It means head caret character. So we know very well, like in the last commit, we have pushed some changes like the git location and other things. Once I will press enter, you can see over here that two files are being changed, the git readme.md file and the human.txt file. So using this way, you can find out the differences between the two commits. And welcome to DevOps training. And today we are going to discuss about the concept of branch and git, right? So let's move to the next slide. So very first we will see how we can verify the branch on which we are working. So we will go to our project, right? Open the terminal and execute the command git status. So it is saying on branch master, your branch is up to date with origin master, nothing to commit, working directory clean. So it means I'm working on the branch named master, which is basically up to date with the branch origin master, right? So this is the way how you can check the branch, the current branch of your git working directory, right? Now the next question comes in mind, why branching? Why we need branching in git? So guys, till now we have seen we are doing everything on the master branch, right? So once we go into real life scenario where a large application is building, there are thousands of hundred to thousand of developers are basically developing a project, right? So if they all starting to commit the changes on the master branch and later on they realize, okay, I have committed the changes 2 days before which I need to revert. Some of the developer committed the changes 2 days before which he need to revert. So is it possible in the real life scenario? Because after that a lot of commit, thousands of commit is being pushed on the master, right? So this is not a good practice. So what is the practice? So for a good practice, maybe you can separate your branches. You can separate master, you can keep the master for the production only. Okay, then you can keep the branches by the feature using on the basis of the feature, or you can say on the basis of the release, or you can say on the basis of the developers, right? And you also can have the branches on the basis of the feature, and on the feature itself you have the two branches like the master and develop, right? On the develop branch, we are all the developers are putting their development code, and the master branch is the production branch for that particular feature. So we can create the branches as per our own convenience, but pushing everything on the master is not a good practice. So we will keep on branches, we will keep our code on our branches. Once required, we will merge the branches, we will merge our own branches, the develop branch with the master branch, or the feature branch with the master branch, or whatever the branch, we will merge that particular branch with the master branch so that the code will sync with the master as well, and directly check-in and the production, right? So let's see how we can list out the number of branches in Git, right? So there's a command git branch hyphen a push. So you can see over here I'm getting three things. The asterisk is being pointed to the master. It means I'm on the master branch. And after the master branch, there are two more branches, which is remote origin head, remote origin master, right? Now we will see how we can create a branch, right? So create a branch, you need to execute the command git branch and the branch name. Suppose I'm creating my branch like this, right? So done. Now I will again execute the git branch hyphen a. Uh, the typo error, again typo error. See, now you can see a new branch is being printed over here, which is my branch. So asterisk is noting to the master, it means I am on the master branch. After that I have a new branch, my branch, and after that I have two more branches, right, like this. So this is the way how you can check out number of branches and how you can create the branch in Git, right? Now let's see how we can switch the branch in a Git. So there's a command git checkout. So suppose I will see git branch hyphen a. So how many branches are there? So basically in my local I have the two branches, the master and the my branch, and currently I'm pointing out to the master and I want to switch to my branch. So git checkout and the branch name. What is the branch? My branch. Press enter and it is saying switch to branch my branch. See, the message is being printed over here. I will again execute git branch hyphen a. It is saying, you can say the asterisk is being moved from master to my branch. See, from master to my branch. Now all your local directory is pointing to the my branch. Every commit after this particular change you will push on the git repository will be pushed on the master branch, my branch, not to the master branch, right? Now rename the branch. How we can rename the branch? So there's a command git branch hyphen m and the branch name. So suppose I want to rename this master branch to the develop. That's it. If I will execute my branch, sorry, git branch hyphen a, it is showing develop. My branch is being renamed with the develop, and currently I have switched to the my branch, so my pointer is just pointing to the develop, right? Now suppose I want to delete a branch. How can I delete a branch? So there's a simple command git hyphen d, sorry, git branch hyphen d and the branch name. So suppose I want to delete the develop, execute, and it's saying error, cannot delete the branch develop which you are currently on. So before delete the branch, I need to switch to another branch. Why I'm not able to delete it? Because I'm currently pointing to this particular branch. This is logged, right? So I need to check out on another branch. which is master, right? So switch to the master, right? If I will say, I will check out git branch hyphen a, right? I'm on the master, you can see over here, right? The pointer is pointing to the master. Now we will see how we can delete the branch. So the simple command is git branch hyphen d and the name. The name is develop, right? So branch was deleted. This is the commit, right? Git log hyphen one line one line hyphen decorate C. It is saying head master head origin adding text to remain, right? This particular branch is being deleted. If I will execute the command git branch hyphen a, see, the develop is not being listed over here, right? So this is the way how you can basically create the branch, how you can switch to the branch, how you can rename the branch, how you can delete the branch in the git, right? In the coming tutorials we will learn something interesting about the branches and merging, and today we are going to discuss about the happy path in git, right? So let's see what we have today's section. So very first we will see what are the local branches available in my git, right? So I will switch to my project. This is my web project, okay? And this is the terminal what I'm using to verify. I will use the pwd to verify the directory, and right here I am on the starter.web, right? I will use git branch hyphen a. So see, I have only master branch in it, right? If I will execute the command git branch, then it will show you only the local branches, right? It is showing only one branch master. If I will create a new branch like git branch and the branch name like develop, and again execute the git branch, see, it is showing the two branches in the local. The first is master and the second is develop, right? Now we will see how we can switch the branch, do the changes in the switched branch, and then again merge that switched branch to the main master branch, right? So this is our task. So first, to switch the branch, we have seen we have a command git checkout and the branch name, right? If I will execute git branch, see, the pointer is pointing to the develop. So right now my current branch is develop, right? Let's find out the number of files. So we have a lot of number of files over here, and we need to choose any file. So let's see, we are going to change something in 404.html, right? So I will open this file in Sublime Text 404.html, right? So this is the file which is have the 404 page not found, right? Okay, let's drop the plan. Let's don't change anything over here. Let's change another file. Let's change humans.txt, right? So this is the file in the humans.txt, okay? Over here, I'm going to define the name, right? And suppose instead of the role, I'm defining over here Anshul Thakur, like this. I save the file, close the file, quit the Sublime Text, right? Execute get status. So I'm getting the one file is modified, right? The one file is being modified, right? And the modified file is human.txt, right? Now what I need to do, I have modified the file on the develop branch, right? So first I will commit, I will add this file, right? See get status. Okay, let me show you one more thing. See get status. I'm getting the modified human.txt. Let me again switch my branch and switch to the master and again execute git status. And you can see the git status is being modified is showing over here as well in the git master branch. Why? Because I'm using the same working directory, right? So I will again check out my develop branch, right? And I will commit this file, git commit half an m and say commit is in change in develop branch, right? So you can say one file changed, one inserted, one deletion, right? Now, this change is basically done on the develop branch. This change is not basically done on the master branch. Git status C. On branch develop, nothing to commit, working directory clean. Again, switch to my master, git checkout, master, git status. Say, it is saying on master branch, your branch is up to date, origin master, nothing to commit. It means there is nothing in my staging area, everything is done. My working directory is clean, everything in the staging area is moved, and I have committed the changes. Right? Now, again, switch to my develop branch, right? And execute git status. Nothing is commit. Now what I need to do? I need to merge my develop branch with my master branch. So very first, to merge any branch, first you need to switch to the target branch. So git checkout and switch to master, right? After then you need to execute the command git merge and the source branch name. What is the branch name? Develop. See, once I executed this command, it is saying updating the committed, okay, fast forward human.txt, one file, one insertion, one deletion, right? If I will run the command git log hyphen hyphen one line hyphen hyphen graph hyphen hyphen decorate and execute it, so you can see over here the latest commit head is master develop, right? Develop and master two branches present, but head is pointing to the master. See, change in the develop branch, right? This was the comment which we have done last time, but head is pointing to the master. So guys, this is the way how you can basically merge the branches in Git, how you can merge the branch in Git. Why we are getting a special text over here fast forward? Why this is mentioned over here? Because during the changes, once I merged my develop branch with the master branch, so there was no more commits in the master branch. That's why it is called its fast forward. So it means it have moved all the commits from develop to master, right? It has moved all the commits from develop to master. It doesn't need to resolve any merge conflict and all. We will discuss about the merge conflict and all in the coming tutorials. Right now, this is not the agenda in this particular tutorial, how to resolve the merge conflict and what is the merge conflict. Right now, just understand when we will created the develop branch, after then we have stopped to commit the changes in the master branch, and when we will merge the develop with the master, so there was no extra commits in the master branch, so that Git is saying the merge is fast forward. It doesn't need to look into any extra changes. It just moved the commits from the develop to master in the fast forward way. It just moved the pointers. That's it, right? So this is the way how we can create the branches and how to DevOps training. And today we are going to discuss about the auto merge in Git. So let's move to our directory on which we are working. So this is a project on which we are working, right? Let's open a terminal over here, verify the directory, right? So we are on home, unsure, projects, and starter web, which is my Git directory, right? Let's check out the branches. So I have the two branches, the develop and master, and currently the asterisk is next to master, so my current point is branch is master branch. So I will check out to develop first, right? And to ls. So here are some files which I have in my project. I will modify some of these files. So say I'm going to modify humans text. So sublime humans text, and over here I'm adding something. Suppose I'm adding my name and then adding my email. After then adding my working profile. Right, like this. Save it, quit the file, quit the editor, right? Get a status. So one file is modified. I will commit the changes. So git add humans text, git commit -am -am, and the message change, oh, change in humans.txt file, right? Now again I switch to my master branch. So git checkout master, oh, master, right, ls, and I will modify some other file, right? I'm going to modify readme.md, right? So sublime and readme.md, right? And introduction, github training. Suppose I'm going to add over something over here like this, like contribution, and say fork the repo and raise pull request for review. Save, close, quit, right? Get a status and commit the file, git add, and I'm going to add readme.md, git commit -am, and the message is change in readme, right? Like this. Clear the console. Now execute git. Let's verify the last changes. So git log one line decorate, or say graph decorate, execute it. Okay, so it is showing all, right? Let me clear this and I will show you one more time the last command. See over here, just please note over here I'm getting a separate branch. It is saying a new branch is going over here. Here is the asterisk and is the commit, and it is saying develop. Change in the human.txt file. Again, there is another commit on the same branch, means the master branch. This is the commit ID and say head is master, change in the readme, right? I will check out the master develop branch, right? And again execute the same command. Git log one line graph decorate all. Now, see, it is saying head is on the develop. This is the commit which is on the develop, but this is another commit which is on the readme file, right? Now let's do one thing. Let's clear this out and check the branch on which branch currently you are working. So git branch, okay, and do one more modification in any of file. Like I'm going to do modification in simple.html, right? Sublime simple.html, open it and change the title test web application, test proxy web application. I'm going to change it proxy web application. Save it, close it, quit it, right? Git status, git add, git commit, and put the commit message. And again execute the same command. Git log one line graph decorate all, and you can see over here head is develop, right? Change in the simple, and this is the branch, right? Now what I will do, I will merge the develop with the master. So git, first I need to check out to master, git check out master, okay. Again execute the log, and it is saying like this, right? The head is develop, currently I'm working on the develop, right? So clear the console and let's see how we can merge. So git merge the branch name which you want to merge, -m, and put the merge message. Say merging develop with master, like this. See, the two files is being changed to human and simple HTML, right? Again execute the log command, and over here you will see there's something changes. The changes is like this. First, here a new branch is being uh, created. Here is the change on the master branch. You can see asterisk over here, the in the red line, in the red path, right? This is the green path. Here is the one asterisk. It means change in the readme. This is on the this change is on the master branch, and there are two more changes. There are two more commits, okay, and they are showing they are on the develop because they are on the green line. The change in the human text and change in the simple.html filter, and again they have merged on the master branch, right? So in this way, when you merge the branch with the branch, then all the changes with the target branch, with the source branch, have been merged in the target branch. If you need to verify, then we can see change in the simple.html. We have changed that particular thing in the develop branch. Right now, git branch, and we are on the master branch. So let's verify. Do we have the same changes? Do we have the changes on the master branch as well, right? So execute sublime and HTML, simple HTML, right? And you can see the changes here. Test proxy. We added this particular thing over here, right? So guys, this is the way, this is the auto merge, right? When you're merging the branch to branch, basically all the changes, all the commits which we have done on the source branch is basically auto merged with the target branch, right? And you can see there's the simple graph which you can see. If you will create another graph, then this will expand another line toward the right side and it will show you some in other color, like. So this is the way how you can auto merge the things. So thank you guys. In the coming tutorial we will learn about the merge conflicts and how we can resolve the merge conflicts in Git, right? So let's move to the working directory. So here is the project which we are basically on which we are working in the Git, right? And here is my terminal, right? Let's verify the working directory. So currently I'm working in the starter.web, which is starter-web, which is my Git directory, right? So let's verify the branches over here. So I have the two branches, master and develop, and currently my pointer is pointing to the master, so I am working on the master directory. So first I will switch to my directory to develop, right? So check out the branch name, right? Now git branch. See, the pointer is moved to the develop, so currently I am working on the develop directory. Let's list out the number of files in my project, right? So I have n number of files in my project, and suppose any file and do the change in that particular file, right? So suppose I'm doing the changes in the human text. So say sublime and say human text. And suppose I'm doing over here thanks and technology. I'm adding few more technology over here like Docker and say Java programming, right? And over here I'm adding in the team, I'm moving uh, email as that, and then I'm adding something else like I'm just deleting this DevOps engineer or stat some any value right here, right? I'm doing this, right? I save the value, close the file, quit the Sublime. Okay, get a status. So see, one file is modified, the human.txt. I will check out this file, commit this file, git commit -am, and say changing humans txt, right? I have done my changes in my human.txt file. Again, go to the git and check out the branch, the master branch. It means to switch the branch, right? And over here, modify the same file which you have modified from the different branch, right? So I will go to Sublime and modify my humans.txt, right? And you can see the changes in this particular file, what I have done at that particular place, it means in the another branch is not being reflected over here. Okay, this is untouched. See, I have removed this as that, and I have removed this, I have added a new query over here, but this is not being over here, right? So what I will do some changes. I will remove the Ajax and I will add new technology like machine learning, AWS, Google Cloud, right? And save it, close it, quit the editor, get a status, modified the human.txt, right? Clear the console and commit the file, git commit -m and say adding conflicts by changing same file. Oh, -am. Done. I have done the changes. Git log one line graph decorate all. See, it is saying merge develop with the master and adding conflicts by changing the file, right? Now clear the console. Okay, verify the running branch, it's master. Now merge the branches, git merge -m and say merging develop. Uh-oh. See, it is showing the message auto merged human text conflicts content merge conflicts in human text. Automatic merge failed, fix conflicts, then commit the result. So when this particular kind of situation arise, so basically these particular situation arise because there are two developers or there are more than two developers or n number of developers and they are changing the same file on their branches. So when they are going to commit their branches or they are going to merge their branches with the master branch, so master branch the Git is thinking, okay, there is the similar kind of changes, there is a similar kind of changes in the same file. So Git is not able to resolve, okay, which need to keeps and which need to remove, right? So in that case, you need to resolve the conflicts manually. In this case, you need to resolve the conflicts manually, right? So if I will open the text file which I'm going to change, which is human.txt. So see, over here I'm getting something like this. this text is I'm not inserted this text. It is saying the head branch, which means the master branch, contains this text, but on the same way, at the same line, the develop branch contains this text. So now it's your responsibility to resolve the merge conflict in your file. So either you can keep the upper one or either you can keep the lower one. So I will resolve this, I will close this, and I will remove this text because this is not no more required for me, right? There is no more required. Save the file, close the editor, close the file, close the editor. Now git status. Okay, git add. Now I need to add that file because I have changed that. Okay, git commit -am and say resolved merge conflicts. See, now put git status or again put the git log and all. Right, git log one line decorate all, and it is saying resolved merge conflicts. You can see there is a new branch is being created over here, merging the develop with master, adding conflicts, changing the event text, and resolve merge conflicts. See, right? So you can see over here. Now let's execute git status. So it is saying on master branch, your branch is ahead of origin by 10 commits, right? Nothing to commit, working directory clean, right? Git branch. So I'm on master. Let's switch to the branch to develop and say uh, develop and execute git status. It is saying on master branch, on branch develop, nothing to commit, working directory clean. So guys, this is the way how you can basically remove the merge conflicts, and this is the reason of the merge conflicts. When there are two or more developers who is changing the same file at the same place and the same lines, so git is not able to identify which change it needs to keep in the file and which needs to removed. So it show you the merge conflicts, and it's now you need to take care of the responsibility to resolve the merge conflicts manually, because git is just a system. It is not a artificial intelligence program which will resolve merge conflicts, which will decide the way itself. Okay, so you need to resolve these merge conflicts and you need to then commit the changes on the branch so that you can get the complete uh, code which is resolved by the merge conflicts. So if I will git checkout master, and I will say sublime human.txt. So see, you are getting the changes which you have merged, right? DevOps engineer, machine learning, AWS, Google Cloud, and all, right? So this is